would you please take us in?
Previously on Dark Heresy. You seen?
Episode 36. The Daemon Axe. Arnold and Yarn sat down with Eric Icebreaker and the Feruvian Nosseritsu. Tonight, on the night of the orbital assault, on the night of victory, whilst the entire crew celebrated and feasted, there would be a confrontation. Tonight there would be conflict. Tonight there would be death. Arnold introduced his shaman friend and broached the subject of the axe. "It's making me a little bit psycho," he said. Eric brushed aside the question and was keen to learn of the battle on the Swamp World Orpheus 4, a battle that he could not attend. Yarn did not eat at the table. He was wise not to do so. In many customs, it is considered a terrible sin to slaughter your host after eating of their bread and salt. Likewise, to kill your guest as they sup from your table is to invoke the ire of the gods. Such folk are cursed to the end of their days, it is said. And here, close to the miasma, such words have power. Yarn was wise not to eat this night. He had not come to socialize. He had come to confront Eric. He had come to judge. Yarn would not be dissuaded. He wished to understand the history of the axe, and he accused Eric of heresy. The Inquisitorial Guard riled at this and seemed angry at his feast being disturbed. The two disagreed over the glory of the orbital assault. Yarn reasoned that this was an extermination of a lesser people with little glory. Eric felt that there was nothing to be ashamed about in being stronger than your foe. Things deteriorated quickly. Insults and accusations were traded. Nosseritsu backed off and went for his comms bead. Eric, his blood up and his heckles raised, his tongue loosened by clear, let slip his disdain for the so-called chair god. What kind of god sat immobile upon a chair for all time? And how could this god be the same as the All-Father? Yarn named Eric Icebreaker heretic. Eric demanded trial by combat. He denied the accusations. Eric psyched himself for combat and challenged Yarn to meet him, blade in hand. Yarn would demonstrate superior power and see how much glory could be found. Eric knew that his death awaited him, and he met it bravely. He looked Yarn in the eyes, defiant. Morkai, two-headed wolf that guards the gates of the underworld, cares not from where the death flows. It was a fast, desperately one-sided trial by combat. Yarn was judge, jury, and executioner. The force he used was overwhelming, and Yarn lost control of his powers. At the worst time, the veil teared and the warp rebelled, and for a moment it looked as if an ethereal detonation would occur. Then it seemed as if foul demons would spill through the rift. Yarn fought it back under control, but the whispers of the demons, the lies and the half-truths and abhorrent words lingered. All in the room were seeped in foul warp corruption. There was a chittering right on the edge of hearing. The irony of Yarn trying to protect Arnold from dark powers, but then bathing him in it, was surely fate. Yarn crushed Eric Icebreaker with the power of his will. Eric raised up into the air, and his limbs snapped from every direction. He crumpled to the floor, his neck at a strange angle, and as he died, it seemed as if there was a smile upon his face. Arnold was angry. This was no fair fight between warriors. This was no fair trial by combat in the Fenrisian way. Yarn had kept his mesh armour on and used overwhelming psychic force against the unarmoured Fenrisian, whose combat blade had been completely outclassed. Yarn had spoke of heretics, of demons and of corruption, but it was he who had summoned the demon's words. Surely the gods would curse such a shattering of tradition. And perhaps he was right, but in a moment it seemed as if the room darkened, and that the gods themselves would curse the shaman from dusk. But Yarn's mind is a fortress, and he refused to accept the malignancy. He refused to accept the ill fortune of the gods. This was not his fate. Yarn was not about to give the heretic a chance. Why not administer the Emperor's justice? Is this not the sworn duty of the agents of the Inquisition? To purge the heretic? Later, Arnold, Yarn and Nosaritsu raised a toast, spoke a few words to mark the passing of the Fenrisian. They wished him whatever peace could be found upon his travels. And now, there was only one Fenrisian on board, not two. Eric Icebreaker was dead. Stormtroopers burst in and arrested the pair, taking them to separate holding cells and asking questions. Later the next morning, on the Inquisitor's orders, they were released without charge. Yarn brought a squad of stormtroopers to retrieve the axe and secure it. Arnold had other plans. He had been riled by the death of his friend, the manner of his passing, and the darkening of his very soul, and the perils of the warp seeped into the trial by combat. Arnold rushed back to his room, finding Quintius asleep at an odd angle, his cat monkey curled up beside him. Alexa was gone somewhere. The Fenrisian took his axe, his possession, and struck it into the wall with all his considerable might. If they wanted the axe, let them take it, if they were strong enough. Once Yarn returned, he saw this and felt vindicated. Look what a hold this axe has. It is insidious, working its way into the mind of Arnold. The murder, the savagery, the sheer wanton butchery, the flaying of men, the killing of horses, it all made sense now. Quintius awoke and wondered what all the fuss was about. He and Arnold had a little wager over how many men it would take to retrieve the axe.
That's cool, that bit.
It turned out that 3 stormtroopers were not enough, and they summoned a heavy lifting servitor to do what they could not. The servitor retrieved the axe on the second attempt. Quintius scoffed at the loss of his wager. A fix, he declared. Arnold had changed his mind. Why should he give up the axe? He had sworn to take 10 heads from worthy foes and dedicate their deaths to Morkai. Eric Icebreaker should have been one of those. Instead, his body lay crumpled and shattered. Arnold took back his axe from the unsuspecting servitor and destroyed it, ruthlessly. A tense standoff followed, but Arnold would not, could not give up the axe willingly. Not today. Quintius performed some deft sleight of hand and added a sedative to his hip flask, offered Arnold a drink. But Arnold must have seen something. Arnold was too cunning to fall for such a ruse. He left angry and full of bloodlust. Jan went to the library. He needed inspiration. He needed a way to sever the control the axe had over his ally. A book. A book of lies, a thick grimoire full of demonological lore. Thin, spidery text written in some half-understood language. Found in human flesh, taken from the heretic reptile Merino. A prescribed item. Iconography, ritual, maps, sorcery. There was so much that could be learnt here. But the book was a trap, a snare for the unwary. Corruption of the mind and soul was the promise of every word and picture. To read or to study from the book, was that not itself an act of heresy? Or is it the duty of the inquisitorial agents to use whatever tools they can in the fight against the archenemy? At the very least, such a path is that of the radical. Jan opened the book. His mind was a fortress. He would find the key to Arnold's survival here. Alone, in the library, seemingly in a trance, Jan went to work. Alexa had been working all morning in the technical workshop. She had many projects on the go. She had more to do than she had hours in the day. But here in the workshop, amidst the heat of the forges, in this hive of industry, here she was home. Quintius showed up, bringing with him his sword-stick cane. He'd shared his plans for its improvement the night before. The talk of weapon specifications had seemed to excite Alexa. Before long, they had been hungrily claiming each other in the toilets. Had they not survived the orbital assault? Been victorious and feasted? Did they not deserve to blow off a little steam? To relish the fact that they still lived? And blow off steam they did. Quintius offered to assist in the workshop. He had a fascination for the workings of a technical bay, and fancied himself a tech user. But first he must needs speak with Jan, and he rushed away. Arnold had gone to the training ground, and he had vented his fury and smashed the combat servitors there. At one stage, the crew member stationed there came up towards him, looking like he was about to say something. But when he looked into Arnold's eyes, he thought better of it. No one interrupted Arnold's combat training. He and the axe were unstoppable. Quintius arrived in the library and averted his eyes from the cursed book. He spoke with Jan, plotting and planning a way to free Arnold from the axe. Together, perhaps, they could save him. The ship's sirens moved to red alert. Warning, warning, all hands brace for impact. Alexa ran to the cogitator and linked with the ship. She saw that the Malevolence was desperately trying, unsuccessfully, to pilot its way through a field of meteorites and asteroids.
Fucking Nixius.
The void shields rippled and burst under the strain. Then came the sound, the terrible sound of tearing metal as impacts shuddered into the hull. Significant damage had been done to the ship, and more importantly, to the primary weapons, the mass drivers. The Technomancer was furious. He blamed the pilot, Nixios Ruff, for this violation. He vowed to make the adept pay. He then turned to Alexa and asked for a report. He wished to know the outcome of the quest he had bestowed upon her. The Technomancer had tasked Alexa with recovering a soul stone, a precious gem capable of housing the soul or spirit of a being. He thought that Orpheus IV may have held such a thing. If Alexa had succeeded in her quest, the Technomancer would nominate her for entry into a fellowship of elites on board, as per the ship's wishes. Alexa had forgotten the side quest. She had neglected to review her objectives periodically. She didn't read the handouts. Alexa was operating at 85% efficiency. She tried to wing it. She lied to her superior. But her physical responses gave her away. The Technomancer Xerxes was angry and charged her again with completion of the side quest. The Inquisitor decreed that Alexa was to have a team of techies to support her, and that she was to be given free rein to pursue her own projects. Xerxes thought this was highly inefficient, but he obeyed the Inquisitor. Quintius returned to the workshop, ready to help in any way he could. He decided that a drink would steady his nerves. He downed the last shot in his hit flask. Oops. Quintius fell into a deep sleep, full of dreams. And that is where we shall start today's game. But first,
Your dreams!
For a slash. We're gonna go. First, I'm gonna go for a slash.
Okay, okay.
And I shall be back just shortly.
I like the operating at 85% efficiency.
Yeah.
I'd
Read the handout.
I'd forgotten that I
What?
completely self-sabotaged myself at the end of the session by drinking the fucking hip flask that had spiked.
Forgot.
Yeah. Well, I
Amazing.
didn't forget at the time. I knew exactly what I was doing, but Quintius had forgotten, but I had forgotten until just now when Alan mentioned it.
These things happen.
I thought I had something in my inventory that I don't have. Oh, I do.
Hey, like when you have D&D adventures, also there's various adventures that you can buy, like adventure books. When you get those in Roll20, do they have all the maps and things pre-made for it?
As far as I know, yes. The ones that I've only used a few, but the ones I have had them plugged in. But you only get like the benefit of dynamic lighting and stuff if you have the Pro subscription.
Yeah. But it's just a lot of work completed for you, basically. So really, I should probably just have invested in Roll20. But
You're going to be a bit of dungeon mastery.
Yeah,
Something to be said for the books, the hard copy books. I think I'd like to have
same.
the Dark Heresy
Yeah,
books, for
cool.
example, and I'd like to have the D&D books at some point.
Yeah, good luck finding the Dark Heresy one.
Yeah, exactly.
The D&D ones are pretty cheap, really, for what you get. I think.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I've fucking bought a shit ton, but like, yeah.
that's not like you, James.
The collector.
Yeah.
Dark Heresy.
Cool.
A few. I've got about 3 Dark Heresy books.
I've probably got about 10 books in total, including like all the rule books and things. But I do like a physical copy to read at work. It's made the past 2 or 3 weeks absolutely fly by at work. It's been a delight.
You can't put a price on that, can you?
No, certainly not. No, it's a lot of reading. To be honest, it's extremely daunting thinking about being a DM. But like Alison, when I said that we were going to play D&D with Dave, she said, "Oh, I'd like to." You know, they big fans of
Stranger Things.
not really Stranger Things. Big Bang Theory. So
yeah.
you know, like they know about D&D and all the rest of it, and they wanted like to try a little. We also had like a little kind of light version of a role-playing game to play, which is a bit like those fighting fancy books where you kind of,
They're cool.
like-
I love these.
yeah, exactly. It's like 3 or 4 of you, and it's co-op. But then you turn to a page and you kind of adventure together. So that was quite nice, and that was like they enjoyed that, and they enjoyed the role-playing aspect of it. So. Going to try and do something for them, but could probably do with a few more members, to be honest. Just the 2 of them.
Bagsy, play it.
Two's a bit small for a group, I think. I'd say you want at least 3. I think
Yeah.
3 and 4 works quite well. I'd say.
So.
I think 4 is optimum, personally.
Cool. Right, guys, shall we continue?
Yes.
Continue. Okay, so we'll begin the game. Begin today's game. You have split the party. It is 1 day after the orbital assault. Arnold,
Yes.
you are in the training chamber, and you have destroyed combat servitor after combat servitor with Phobos, the Dark Iron Axe. It's been
Good job, Phobos.
it's been good to wield the axe again.
Oh,
been
you feel
good.
good in the hand.
It's been good to wreck these servitors.
Oh, look at all our foes laid destroyed in front of us.
That precious
Not-
resource we have.
Not worthy head among them. Don't we, Phobos?
Well, that's
Soon.
it. They are not true warriors. They are not true warriors. They're brain dead, little better than a tool. Arnold, with the axe in your hands, you are unstoppable. You think back to last night, the memories jagged and cutting in your mind. One moment, you were feasting and partying. The next, an intractable conflict between your friends occurred. Were you responsible for last night's events? Was Eric really a heretic, as Yarn decreed? Yarn spoke of protecting you from corruption. When he called upon the powers of warp, when the energies coursed through into this world outside of his control, then you heard the whispers of demons, and you know that your soul has been darkened by that night. It was you who brought Yarn to Eric's room. Are you responsible for his death?
I feel no guilt.
You chose between 2 friends, in a sense. You left them to their conflict. Could you have stopped it? Could you have saved Eric? Should you have saved him? Your head hurts, and not from a hangover.
Far too much. It's another servitor.
Another servitor is ruined beneath the Dark Iron Axe.
Is there a chime of some? Do we get an alert of that in the workshop to alert us that something's a server has been put out of action, decommissioned?
I'm afraid not. There might well be a report come through to the technical workshop, but it's not an instantaneous thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna toss the servitor to one side because I have dissected it like that.
Can I please, if be so kind, let me give a little bit of spiel, and then I'll ask you what you
Okay, as I
finish my my bulk text.
sorry,
If you'd be so good.
Okay.
Okay, so both Yarn and Quintius seem united. They both seem to agree that the axe is not good for you. And they are your friends. And Yarn felt so strongly on this that he crushed Eric Icebreaker utterly, risking the Inquisitor's displeasure. There are no more servitors left to kill. The crew member who's stationed here has fled, leaving you alone to your destruction. And then a monotask servitor comes in, seeing the wreckage and the blood, and it tries to clean. What are you doing?
put your back into it. Put your back into it. Work it harder.
Are you commanding the monotask servitor to clean?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep berating it as it's working.
Okay, as you do
Work
so,
out some demons.
as you do so, it says, "Compliance."
Good. That is the way I like it.
Arnold
If only
Stalks.
more messes were this easy to clean up, eh?
It seems that there's far too much work here for the monotask servitor, but it has a good go.
I'll look at the mess I've made and start lobbing the bodies onto a pile for it.
You'll help
See,
clean
really,
up after yourself. That's a
it's
very considerate, Fenrisian.
yeah. My anger's subsided a bit. Like watching the monotask servitor clean up my mess is making me feel a little bit bad.
Okay.
Only a little bit, but still slightly gleeful as I'm moving bodies apart and looking at the quality of cuts. The servitors going, yes, that was a good fell.
Say it's fine work, but these are no true warriors. You deserve a real fight against a real enemy. Yeah.
Servitor has fight.
Sorry, what's that? Are you
Going to ask the servitor if he knows how to fight.
monotask servitor? It looks around at you and it doesn't seem to understand the question. It goes back to its task, that of cleaning. You make an appraisal and you're pretty sure that this is not a servitor for fighting. This is a servitor for cleaning.
I can't kill a servitor with a mop in its hand. I'm going to go back.
And you could.
Oh, I don't feel like it.
Okay.
I feel like it. I'm going to leave him on a task servitor because, after all, he's not part of my training regime.
Okay. I mean, you have got some decent combat training in the last hour or so.
Brilliant. Yeah, muscles feel worked up, feel a bit more relaxed. I'm going to flip the axe to my back, feeling its great presence upon myself. It's a reassurance over my shoulder as I walk out the training hall.
Okay. So you leave the training hall. You do have an
Brilliant.
engagement soon for the Inquisitor. He wanted to debrief you and to talk about the next stages in his plan.
I tried to find the servant, which was around the workshop, what's fled.
I mean, he seems to be gone. You don't know how long he's been gone. You're not sure. Make an awareness test. I'd like you to make 2 awareness tests, please. Both site-based. The first is for the fleeing gentleman, and the second is for something else.
Okay, awareness, click, submit. No,
Okay.
don't see where he went. And then the other one, you say?
Yeah, one more, please.
Oh, no.
Okay, so it occurs to you that you don't even know when he left, and you've certainly no idea where he went. You wouldn't know where to begin looking for the person who's stationed here.
Alright, I only wanted to berate him for leaving his post.
Arnold, Stormsinger, Crippler, Horse Killer,
Player.
Flayer,
Bosses are men
Berserker,
and beast.
and Servitor Slaughterer. You swore to take 10 heads and dedicate their taking to Morkai. Eric Icebreaker asked you to take 5 heads, but you immediately swore to take
10.
double the tally. And 3 you have taken, fine foes each. What will happen to you if you turn aside from this quest? Oaths to the gods, not so easily spurned.
Oh.
It seems a shame that you could not have been the one to kill Eric if he had to die. He deserved a fair fight against a fellow
Certainly
Fenrisia.
did. Yeah,
Did he
certainly
not?
Did. Yeah, it would have been better.
You should have been the one to kill him. You should have taken Eric's head and devoted his death to Morkai. He deserved that much. A warrior's death. Yeah, I was like, no, he didn't! But that quest had come from Eric. Is it the quest of a heretic? Does that counter your oath?
Oh, no, an oath given is an oath made.
Your ancestors are watching. Do not shame them.
Oh, the pressure. Ancestor pressure. Oh.
Hayden. Hayden.
Yeah.
You do not...
What's coming?
Hayden, you do not have full agency over your character any longer. The Daemon
What?
Axe has its claws into Arnold's mind. And he's not fully aware of this. You may not give up the axe voluntarily, and you must keep it close. Keep it safe. You must protect it as it protects you. Tomorrow, if you wish, you can try again to give up the axe, but it will take a difficult willpower test to succeed. And if you recall, in the last session, you failed that test to give it up willingly. So you can't give it up again today, but when you get to tomorrow, you can have another go if that's what you want. Okay?
Okay.
So that's to Hayden, not to Arnold.
Okay.
So, so you look at the time. You've got an engagement with the Inquisitor. Are you attending?
I go see old Lucius.
Okay. So you head to the briefing room.
Yep.
Yarn. You sit alone in the library, half in a trance. You decipher the riddle of the Book of Lies. A prescribed item, surely, but you are sure that a solution awaits you within to separate Arnold from his axe. The book is a trap. The first step to avoiding and disarming a trap is to know of its existence. And if anyone's mind is strong enough to avoid the corruption of this tomb, it is yours. Last night's events still weigh heavily upon your mind. It is not the way that you meant for it to go. You feel no guilt at executing a heretic, and you are convinced that he was one. Surely Eric could not hide his contempt of the God Emperor. But you lost control at the worst possible time. The irony of bathing Arnold in corruption as you tried to help him is not lost on you. And you suspect that this is some foul jape of the dark gods. You continue your studies resolute. You can save them. Yarn, you can save Arnold, Alexa, and Quintius. Each of their souls is at risk. But you can save them. You can save them all. But can you save? Can you save yourself?
Way out. I'm going to reject the book.
You're going to reject the book. Okay.
Reject the book.
Okay. Right. So you realise that perhaps this is the wrong approach, and you close the book, and you put it back in your backpack,
I am going to seek to place the book under whatever security protocol there is for prescribed items
Okay.
on the ship.
Okay, so you have an engagement with the Inquisitor very soon. That would probably be the ideal, the ideal place to discuss what would be the safest way to control the book and to keep it under lock and key. Is that what you want to do, or would you like to do something else?
Yeah, well, if you think that's right, or I'm just gonna... The Inquisitor can wait, and I'll go and deal with it myself and take it to the... there must be some part of the ship that deals with such things.
Let me have a look. I'm not sure if you are aware of such. Let's have a look at the...
Or I can contact the interrogator, ask for advice regarding the...
Okay. He comes in to the interrogator and he goes, "I always like an opportunity to do a Scottish accent." Let me just, before I start off on this, I'm just going to check the key for the ship map. Let's see if there's anything that's on here that would look an obvious place to store it. Okay. To the interrogator, Aaron Mattis, and he answers, as he always seems to do when you comes into him. And he speaks and says, "Acolyte, Jan, how can I help you?"
Your man. Down on the planet, I picked up a book from a known heretic, and the book is clearly a prescribed item. I want to place it under secure lock and key, lest the darkness within infect the crew and the rest of us.
I understand. Most secure placed on the ship would be the armory.
Does the armory have... is the armory warded against such items?
And he seems to be thinking for a second. He goes, I don't know if I'd be so. To be honest, this is maybe more of the area of Jagannatha and the Inquisitor. Perhaps they would know best. I do not know what the answer is, but I suggest you speak to one of those.
For sure, man. I thank you for your help.
Okay. So what are you doing next, Jan?
Well, I want to get rid of the book first, but I am going to try and consult my ancestors for and go on some kind of spirit journey in order to find the answer to this. Because I think
So you want to do a soothsaying, is that right?
To kind of corruption will lie on, or the corruption of, like Dusk, the planet Jan comes from, is.
Uh-huh.
I've got a feeling that they are so close to the veil that something like this will have occurred before, and I feel like some kind of ancestral jaunt might be a wiser course of action. Almost like people and demons existing in a kind of more natural state than actually dealing with the four dark gods. Maybe like a kind of natural warp entity or something. I don't know. But I want to explore that arena rather than what I know is genuine corruption from the four dark powers in this realm space.
Sure. So and you do suspect that perhaps some of the ease at which this precognition and prescience has come, can it? It has to be something to do with the warp rift and the miasma, and it's almost too easy sometimes. Like when you foresaw where the painting was held on the battleship, and you did it so easily. And there's been a number of instances when prescience has come to you even without trying, and you wonder if if this perhaps is not a symptom of the dark powers. Specifically one of them in particular. The changer of the ways. So, and so you want to do I get this right, you want to do a soothsaying, but you want to try and focus it towards your own ancestors, and you want to try and avoid, any sort of invocation of the dark powers, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
So where would you like to do this soothsaying?
Well, first of all, I want to get rid of the book because I want to avoid having any corrupt items on me.
Okay, so where do you want to take the book?
Well, I'll have to take it to the meeting if the wisest place is to discuss it with Jagannatha and Lucius and to find secure places. Because I was going to just burn it in the ship's engines, but I thought maybe these items should be dealt with. It's all right for minor little items like the statue, but maybe this book is something else.
It's true. I mean, some items of exceptional power. I mean, yes, perhaps burning it would be an option, but there could be, perhaps the book does not want to be burned and may it retaliate. And it seems strange to talk about a book in that sense, but
these
also
kind of
terribly logical.
They're all right for Grey Knights to keep locked up and shit, but that's a totally different caliber of humanity, which professionalism. So I'm going to go with it, I think.
So what you're going to do then is you're going to go to the briefing room, try and pass off the book to the Inquisitor or one of his
or
people, and then do the soothsaying afterwards.
Do with these items, because I am also of the opinion that when me and Wolf were in
Wolf.
When we were both incarcerated, the axe should have been dealt with then by the authorities, and to let him out and then let him go back to what was a prescribed item, I think was negligent.
Questionable and negligent. Well, that is certainly the case. But the Inquisitor has made a lot of questionable decisions, bordering on, perhaps the insane at times. For example, getting a rookie pilot to pilot into the capital ship into an asteroid field. That's a questionable decision.
Vaderish decision.
So you don't. So I'm still not totally clear as to what you want. So you don't want to take to the book the Inquisitor. So where do you want to take it?
You want to
take it to him.
There isn't anywhere to put it, so that needs to be discussed, really.
Okay.
But yeah, I need to get rid of it before I'm going to try contacting my ancestors.
Okay. So you want to do the soothsaying later? Okay.
And I don't want it.
Okay. So you head off to the debriefing room, and you will be the first one there. There are 2 Inquisitorial guards on the door, and they're not ready to admit you as yet. And we'll move on to Quintius. Quintius, you sleep. Alexa, you have a couple of hours to work with before you are due to see the Inquisitor and the rest of Cell 53. So you are currently operating at 85% efficiency, which is intolerable. So you have got a couple of hours to work on your various projects. Now, Johnny, what's your situation with Roll20 at all? Are you able to look at handouts on there, or
I believe that the option is available to me. Yeah.
Okay. So on the handouts, there's 2 sections. There's the characters, and there are handouts. In the handouts, there's a section called crafting, and in that crafting section, I've put a handout which is called Alexa Works. on this handout, there is pretty much on this handout there is pretty much every crafting, suggestion or project that you've ever thought about or discussed, and I've listed them all, including the ones you've completed. And you do seem to have quite a lot of them that are piling up. So I'll go through them I'll talk the way through them. So, I'll not talk about the completed ones because they're kind of done with for now. But if we go down to the incomplete ones, you have talked about melting down the drachma into raw copper. These are the drachma's the currency of Orpheus 4, which obviously you don't need anymore because you've left the planet.
Yeah.
The coins do have some value just by their precious metal or semi-precious metal. So you could try and melt those down.
Yeah.
You've discussed that before. You've also discussed upgrading the fated bone armor. So this is armor that Yarn had made. He'd made it from crocodile hide and from an old bone vest, and it's a kind of low-level magic item. To, and he's discussed having that upgraded by supplementing it with mesh weave.
Yep.
There is the Great Chain Axe, which is one of your first crafting, and you've progressed this somewhat. You've melted down some ingots. You've designed, done a portion of a design work. So this will be like a huge double-handed chain axe. Now, you have thought that maybe it's not a good idea to give that to Arnold anymore, but perhaps other people could make use of it. But it's probably best not to give Arnold a double-handed chain axe. I don't know, but I mean that's up to you. But
maybe it could be used to swap for the, go on swapsies.
Swaps as well. Something in your mind tells you that giving Arnold a double-handed chain axe isn't a good idea.
Okay, I'll shelve that one for the moment then.
But that doesn't mean that someone else couldn't use it. And you've already done some of the work. So the next project is modifying a sword stick cane. So this is what Quintius wanted you to do. His sword stick cane. He wants to combine it with a particular wooden helix staff, that might have mystical properties from what you've seen on the planet, and the actual blade itself could probably be improved.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go.
Wait! You've got a big long list of stuff. And I just want to read you through everything you've ever talked about.
Well, that's what
and then you can decide what you want to do, Johnny. So the next thing on the list is modifying the machine gun. Yeah, you talked about making your heavy stubber more reliable and reducing its weight.
Yes.
And then these other projects, there are repairs to the ship, repairs to the mass drivers, the primary weapons. You've also been tasked with finding the traitors in amongst the tech adepts, and you made plans last session to scour the data records and to run interviews. And your last project is to find a soul stone. So that's everything I've listed that you could work on, or you could start a whole new project, a whole new bit of crafting. What would you like to do, Johnny?
You're a wicked man, Alan.
It's true. It's true.
Okay.
What would you like to
I'm gonna.
Come here, Johnny.
Look at the shiny.
That sounds like a good idea.
Start something new, Johnny. Fuck all that off and start a new project. Something better.
Yeah.
Listen to nobody but yourself, Jonathan. They will all lead you astray.
Okay, I'm gonna work on the machine gun,
Okay.
heavy stubber. Yeah.
Okay. So in the last session, you completed all of the design work for that. So you're actually ready to kind of start manufacture on this. So let me while I load this up, and I'll tell you what some of the options or what the design has yielded, I suppose. Just give me a sec. Let me find it.
Okay.
Okay, so you dismantled the gun. What you need to do really is you've kind of worked out what you need to do. You've dismantled it, you've cleaned it, and what you've discovered is that one component within this machine gun is heavy with corrosion. And it seems a bit odd because the rest of the machine gun seems in perfect nick, but deep in the heart of the gun is some heavy corrosion. But this was a gun that you got from, agents of the god of decay.
Yeah.
So, perhaps that's why there's a packet bit of corrosion deep in it. So what you need to do is to take that out and refashion that piece.
Yep, I'm going to do that.
And the other part of what you suggested was making the gun lightweight.
Yeah.
So there's two ways you could approach this. You can strip kind of excess weight from the inefficient construction, which is kind of fast, but it's a bit sloppy. Or you could reforge various components from lightweight alloy, which is a slower path, but it's more professional. So you've got kind of two pathways on that one. Is that, do you want to do it quick, or do you want to do it, I suppose, in the most efficient manner?
What I want to do is I want to do it quickly so I can work on other projects.
Okay.
So I'm basically going to just grind down like any parts that are not essential. Replace that corrupted part with something better.
Okay.
Refabricate it, and then just strip it down so it's lighter. So I've got something to use for the meantime, and then I'll go back to it and reforge bits of it later, piece by piece.
If having a wee.
sense.
Dave's having a wee.
Who's having a wee?
Dave.
Good man.
Taking his
Does it feel good?
shower curtain.
Oh no, Dave. That's fun, Dave. At least turn your camera off, I mean.
With shake.
Thanks for sharing that one, Hayden. Sharing is caring. I would have blissfully been unaware, but...
I would have been as well.
So, Alexa, there's a couple of things there. Firstly, at the start of every session, you get D3 rerolls for intelligence-based stat tests, and that's because of your high intelligence. So, if you roll a D3, these are like bonus fate points in a sense, but only for intelligence-based tests.
Okay, just wait for the dicing to come up.
Okay.
It's 4.
Can you roll a D3, sir?
Is there any way of removing the icons for the player icon?
Yes. If you go to the cog where the settings are.
Yeah.
Where is it? So, X chat options.
Can't pop out window.
There's say in the settings, which is like my settings, which is a cog. There's text chat options, and one of those is enable chat avatars. Is that right? That's not it. No, that's not it.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Is it? Or is it audio? Right. Where is it? No, where it is if you go into audio and video.
Yep.
Then into video display.
Yep.
There's a player video avatar size. If you change that to names only, I'll get rid of the.
That's sorted it.
Done
That's perfect.
Great.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, so I can now use dice and stuff like that. That's great.
Cool. Can you roll a D3, or would you?
Okay, I will
Is that
do my
within
best.
you, or would you like? I don't know how.
No, I can do it. I can do it. Let me do it. This is
You can.
important,
You can do it.
I can do it. Myself, I can do it. I can. Invalid command.
Okay, so you have 3 rerolls.
Yeah.
And it's part of your genius trait. So I'd like you please to make a armor smith roll with a +10 for the workshop.
Okay.
And this is towards your crafting. And what you're doing now is you're crafting the corroded component. It's practically free from resources perspective because it's it's such a small element. There's resources available here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just pressing.
An armor smith roll, please. That's
Bear with.
+10.
Bear with. What I'll do is I'll just roll a D100.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You can tell me if it's there.
That's a D8, Johnny.
I know. Yeah.
I see
Sorry.
you.
Okay. Did it come up yet?
A D8 rolls come up. I've not seen a D100 roll.
Oh yeah.
A D6 this time. I'm wise to your games, Johnny.
There we go.
There we go.
First one.
That's it. So, Alexa, you successfully craft a small component which was, you are sure, contributing to the unreliability of the gun. And that will, you'll spend a couple of hours on this task.
Yeah.
which will take us, to the next stage in the game.
Okay, cool.
Quintius,
Yes.
you dream of the technical workshop. There is a heat and a rhythm and a smell to this place that is unique. There is fevered industriousness here, and you are part of it. The heat is pressing, and you see Alexa, her skin glistening with sweat as she works the forge.
It's not me, Dave. It's Alexa.
And your skin glistens too. You've taken off your top, and you wield the forge hammer, eating the hot metal, fashioning it. This is where you belong, Quintius. You feel that you could create anything that you set your mind to. The workshop is rich with technology and metal and ore and polymer. With Alexa at your side, you could fashion a great artifice, masterwork. You could make anything. You're only limited by your imagination. You awake. You are being held closely by a servitor that Alexa has set to you. Servitor is warm and smells faintly of cabbage. The dream fades and you feel good. You feel energized by your sleep. A little nap must have been just what you needed after the terror of the orbital assault. And you feel a little confused briefly. This place is so hot and so very loud. How could anybody sleep here? And then you put two and two together, your hit flask, the sedative you had meant for Arnold. Too cunning to fall for your ruse. But it appears that you fell for your own ruse, hoisted by your own petard. But perhaps it was for the best, because you feel great, refreshed. The sleep, the dreams, it's the best sleep you have had in a while, and the crick in your neck from sleeping at an angle is gone. And most importantly, you did not dream of the girl with the jet black eyes. The time. What is the time? You had things you meant to do this morning. You had things to do, a lady to see. But now that chance is gone. Are you intending to attend the meeting with the Inquisitor? Alexa is there. She looks triumphant, just like she did in your dream. She looks as if she is in her element, as if she is home. What are you doing?
So is the meeting with the Inquisitor imminent?
Yes. It could be that it's the next step in the game.
Well, he can go and fuck himself. No, I'm going to wake up, stretch, yawn. I'd forgotten I'd fallen asleep in the workshop.
Did you?
And
It was a great ending. Great ending to the last game.
yeah, I'd forgotten all about it. And I'm going to go, my, Alexa, you're moist. No, I didn't mean like, anyway, should we, are you joining me? I mean, you could come with me if you like. I mean, we could walk together towards the Inquisitor's office if you're interested.
Gonna put the components down. Let's go.
Right. Off
And
we
then
go then.
basically, and then just sort of grab his arm, pull him off the shelf. And
Yeah, you got a servitor to hold him. Yeah, so he was on a shelf. The servitor was holding him.
Oh, I still
well,
being held by a servitor.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like holding you securely, and it's not uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You feel safe. And
I'm going to
does smell slightly of cabbage.
Okay.
I'm going to get the. I'm just going to blow some binary at the servitor and just get him to lower Quintius as gently as a servitor can to the deck.
Okay.
Well, that's a relief. I wasn't quite sure how I was going to get out of him. Quite a tight grip on the man. Impressive.
Yes, we take great pride in our services here on the Malevolence.
So you should. It would be a shame if any of them were to, just become wastefully destroyed for no good reason. Shall we head off to see the
They are a dwindling resource aboard the
Yes.
ship, and
So
we
I hear-
require them for most things. Through ship's maintenance. Hopefully, we've not lost any more.
a precious resource, one would perhaps say. Perhaps wherever we end up next, we should see about buying some more if such things are available. I do have a little bit of a hand in the trade aboard this vessel. I'll keep my eye out for anything like that you need. Anything in particular that you might be after. Alexa, let me know. Myself and that chap who crashed the ship, we're part of the trade envoy, I suppose.
She's going to just do the thing that she does, where she just extends her hand slowly and just shuts him up, and then she's going to, once she's done that and held it there for about a good 20 seconds, she's going to just turn around and go, proceeding, and just head towards the big.
To the Inquisitor's house, cabin, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's going to stride purposely, and just in front of Quintius, and just be sort of just robotic, almost, because she's in work mode.
Okay.
She's not being cold, Dave. It's she's a bit of a robot. That's all. Don't take it as a rejection.
I kind of like the
It's
back
just,
and forth between you two going on here. You've got Quintus who's like being like, oh, and you'll be like, yes, proceed. So, it's quite.
He's the emotional one.
I am not emotional.
You are.
As we're walking down the deck towards the Inquisitor's hole or whatever, I'm going to light an IO stick.
Okay, you take the IO sticks out, you hold one to your mouth and you light it. It's good. Yes. Tastes refreshing.
I would also drink from my hip flask if I hadn't already done that and knocked myself out once.
Okay, so you heading off. The journey's uneventful. Is there anything else you want to say to each other, or shall I move it along?
No, I'm definitely not saying anything to Alexa.
Okay. So when you get there,
Watching.
Yarn is there. There are two inquisitorial guards on the door. Yarn is there waiting for you. And shortly after, Arnold appears.
Am I late?
You are the last one there. You must have lost track of time.
Goes fast when you're having fun.
Okay, you're all together.
Ah! You're Arnold!
Arnold.
I've been dying to say that for ages. How's your day been so far, chaps?
Choppity chip.
Choppity chip.
I've had a lovely nap. It was quite wonderful. You should try
So
it.
you've had a nap. You've had a napping day, have you?
Yes, you should perhaps have a little nap at some point. Get your head down, get a little rest.
Okay, I have my pillow with me, and I'm going to tap my hilt on my axe.
Yes, a little nap. Never hurt anyone. Never hurt anyone at all.
Sounds like a veiled threat, my friend. As soon as he's my friend, I'll forget it.
What sort of person do you take me for? You think I would threaten you, Arnold? I mean, come on. You could fit 7 of me inside of you. Not that you'd want to. That would be weird.
I didn't think my waistline was that bad.
I meant
Alexa's gonna
height-wise.
She's going to cock an eyebrow, incline her head slightly, and then just shake it right a bit, and then just keep looking forward.
Anyway,
it's all right. I wasn't honestly. I was only pulling your leg.
Well, don't. It might come off. Aha! Anyway, shall we go inside and see what old Lucy wants?
Okay. It's right there.
Stubborn refusal to get anyone's name right.
Okay, so outside the briefing room, there is two inquisitorial guard stationed on the outside of the door, and they are dressed in full carapace. Matte black, aside from dark red colourings on their shoulder pads. and they are armed with pump-action shotguns, and they have monoswords at their belts. And the door opens. You are expected. And inside is the familiar briefing room. At the head of the table sits the Inquisitor Lucius Alexander. And Lucius gives little away as you enter. He is attired in his typical naval officer's uniform, dark blue, dressed with gold. 2 small servo skulls hover behind him, and he appraises you with piercing pale blue eyes. His long hair is pulled back in a ponytail, held by a silver clasp. By his side is an exquisite walking cane, inset with a crude, cloudy green gemstone. There are others in the room. At the Inquisitor's right hand is one of his bodyguards, the Feruvian, Kiyoshi Kubo. Kiyoshi stands silent, but his eyes appraise each and every one of you. His katana, Kazushini, is mercifully sheathed. Arnold, you recognize a worthy ally or adversary in Kiyoshi Kubo. You have seen the Feruvian kill. It is an art.
Nice neck.
On the left side of the Inquisitor, you scarcely recognize the gentleman as he's dressed in full armour, flak combined with carapace. But after a moment you do recognize. It is Yuki Gleeflesh, one of the Inquisitor's other acolytes, and the face of the Malevolence's Black Market. And dotted around the room are more Inquisitorial guard, each armed with shotgun, monosword, and frag grenades. Please, sit. The Inquisitor invites you. Before the Inquisitor sits an opened bottle of red wine and 1 glass. And Lucius sips at the wine. I'm going to move you onto a new map. We'll leave Floki behind for the last time. Okay, so I've put you all onto this map. Hopefully you can all see that. And I'm going to go for a slash. He's invited you to sit, so feel free to sit yourself down if that's what you want. And I'll be back in a moment.
We should make it bullets.
You what, dude?
And all the Drachma into bullets.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It gives the people
Okay.
like slightly corrupt copper poisoning. Painted
Yeah.
planets. Oh, copper poisoning.
And I think I was going to use it as like to help make Quintius's blade. It's like it's a conductor, isn't it? So
You know what I'm a bit gutted about? I'm looking
What?
through all my stuff, which is I've got lots because Arnie carries us. There's not a single drink. There's a fine tankard, nothing to put in it. I'm a bit upset by this, to be honest. It's admission activated.
you could maybe ask Floki about Black Market Contemplate. Oh, actually, no.
Oh yeah. What you need Eric?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Eric be standing guard round about now? Oh, I like the fact that you got your coat on.
Yeah. I put it on because I was getting cold. It's just on the back of my chair. I was getting cold, so I thought that's the nearest thing.
Officer's attire, Johnny.
Very good.
Indeed.
Alan,
What's up?
all I
I'd imagine
can see
Siegfried wearing.
is white.
Really? That's strange. Let me have a look at your... How about everyone else? Can anyone else see?
I can see a highly patterned floor.
Okay, I've turned your
Zoomed
vision
out.
on. Try that now. It seems like vision is not there for anyone. Why would that be?
This has been happening a lot with Roll20 lately. It's been fucking with people's tokens.
Oh no.
I can
Okay, so
see
I've turned vision on for everyone now. Hopefully, we'll be able to see the map.
Oh, it's all right. I found an explanation, Alan. Apparently, my internet's disconnected, which you can
Oh.
tell by the fact that I'm no longer talking to you.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Honestly, I'm getting fucking sick of Roll20. It's been absolute shit this last month.
Yeah. Yeah, it just adds another level of stress to GMing when you can't rely upon the toolbox. So Arnold, you sit yourself down close to the Inquisitor. How about the rest of you? The Inquisitor's invited you to sit.
I'm going to put one of my tankards on the table.
Okay.
I'll sit next to the Magus if he's there.
You scan around. There's no sign of the Magus.
Okay, I'll go and sit to the right of the Inquisitor. Somewhere.
Okay, I'll move you. Yarn's taken the seat closest to the Inquisitor. I'll put you to the next seat on the right. Quintius, what about you?
Sit me as far away from the Inquisitor as I possibly can, but in a position where I could potentially
Run.
ogle his walking cane.
So if you sit as far away as you can, it'll look a bit strange. You'd be sat off on your own. You could sit, for example,
Right.
here.
I can't see
Or
the
you
map.
could
at the
sit.
minute, so-
Oh, right, okay. You can sit right. So the map, the table's like a long rectangle, so you could sit directly opposite the head of the table.
Yes,
Is that what you want to do?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
So everyone else, it's a bit odd, but okay, there you go. So you are in prime ogling position. So as you all sit, the Inquisitor speaks. And he says, well, there's so much I wanted to say at this moment, but perhaps we should begin with the most pressing of matters. Yarn, I've been reliably informed that you took it upon yourself to act as judge, jury, and executioner. I'm told that you went into the room of a lieutenant of my Inquisitorial Guard, Eric Icebreaker, and I heard that you crushed him as he came at you with a knife. Now, I've heard it said that on some primitive worlds, a victory celebration is not judged as worthy unless there is at least one death. Is this how things are done on Dusk? Did you seek to anoint our victory feast with a death? Explain yourself.
Oh shit! I got myself. Give me a minute.
Oh no.
He shed blood on the Inquisitor's table.
Blood for the Malifaux gods.
You must be aware that I have made an allegation that my friend's axe is demonic. And
Yes, I've read the report.
Yeah.
On
following
the one-
the trail, you have to give me a minute because my
Yeah, no worries, mate. No, take your time. Take your time, buddy.
So I began to follow the trail of where the axe had come from, and I discovered that Eric had given him the axe. When I confronted him about this, he refused to come in and explain himself to the authorities and explain why he was in possession of such an item, and furthermore, he displayed heretical beliefs regarding our noble emperor. And as such, when he demanded trial by ritual combat, I denied him such an honor and defended myself with the full force available to me.
I see. And what evidence do you have of the axe being demonic exactly?
Well, it's the bloodshed that my partner indulges in borders on the obscene and gratuitous. to the point where I have heard him invoke the name of the trying to think of the four, one of the four major powers who indulges in such things.
I see. Is this
He's
true?
unaware. He's unaware that he did it and said it. He was in some kind of berserker trance, perhaps. Part of his nature is to do as such, being from a Fenrisian heritage. But the axe, has registered on the psychic spectrum with my Synesians checks, and I worry that it is in somehow corrupting my friend further down the eightfold path.
With this, he looks at you, Arnold, Inquisitor Lucius, and he says,
Morning.
"Well, what do you have to say to this, Arnold?"
Just do my job. Icing things up with this fine gift Eric gave me. Since it's a nice axe, Lucius. I do get carried away with it, I must admit, but I've not really look out of bounds for who I should be defending and chopping down. Even when I slaughtered the horse, I had a homing beacon by that damn horrible spy breaker. So it's a good call, wasn't it, really?
Yes, that did seem uncanny. And
Feeling.
Arnold, if I commanded you to give me the axe now, what would you say?
I would try with all my might, but to be honest, Lucius, I do find it hard to link this axe, but I would try. If I couldn't, please sedate me and take it off me. I'd be terribly angry, but I'm just being honest with you, Lucius. You are my boss and lord.
I see. And if I insisted under pain of death, as your Inquisitor, to give me the axe, or else I would have you cast from the nearest airlock, what would you say to me then?
I would have to still try and give you it. If I couldn't, I'd have to step out the airlock with it, wouldn't I, Inquisitor?
Okay, so the Inquisitor seems to be looking you over as you give these answers, which are, by all accounts, quite peculiar answers. And the others, Quintius, you find this all quite fascinating as you watch this sort of interplay, these kind of strange circular answers. And the Inquisitor says, interesting. Yarn, I think you must be right. Shall speak of this in private. Now, let me say this to you, Yarn. Leadership and experience crew upon this vessel has been decimated. Campaign after campaign has taken its toll. A heavy toll, sometimes too hard to bear. Miasma saps the ship and its crew. And I need people to step up and to show leadership. You took it upon yourself to destroy what you judged to be a threat to your allies and to the ship. I cannot fault you for showing initiative, and on the contrary, I must commend it. You have acted as an Inquisitor should, not simply as an acolyte. But on a personal level, I must admit I am sorrowed. Eric saved my life more than once. Recently on the journey here, whilst you were frozen in a cryo coffin, We had a trade mission with a Xenos species known as the Urgans. And at first it seemed to be going smoothly, jovially. Then there was a miscommunication. And perhaps Nathaniel had mistranslated something. Or maybe there was a fundamental difference in the culture between our people. We may never know, but we had to fight our way out. If it was not for Kyoshi, and Jagannatha, and Eric, I would be lost. I owed him my life. I find it hard to believe that he was disloyal, that he was a heretic.
He was a great man.
Inquisitor, may I speak?
Please.
At this point as well, Quintius is now sat with his feet up on the table, smoking an IO stick. He says, Inquisitor, it is a strange business that you and I and the others here aboard the ship find ourselves in. We are surrounded by darkness, and as I'm sure you're aware, in my history I have experienced darkness, and some of us can resist darkness and temptation, and others cannot. This man that Jan has killed, I do not doubt his loyalty to you, but perhaps over time his exposure to such things have weakened his soul and led him down a path of temptation he wasn't even aware he was on. And maybe he unwillingly tried to lead Arnold down the same path. You understand what I'm saying?
Off of Fenrisian culture, is that, Quintius?
No, I'm not talking about the culture difference, Arnold. I'm talking about this axe. If this axe is truly as insidious as Jan says, believe me, such things can creep up on you and get their claws into your soul, and they use your weaknesses against you, and they play to your strengths, and they encourage you, and they tell you that, yes, you're great, yes, we belong together, yes, you can have her. No, they don't. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is...
Quintius, I would gladly invite you to take your damn boots off the table and show a little respect to the ship. I do not mind smoking in here, but really, this is unacceptable.
I do apologise, I completely forgot where I was. I just thought you might like to see... No, you're not interested in my boots. Take my feet down off his desk.
I mean, they are exquisite shoes, but if the Inquisitor has noticed them, he has not reacted or shown that he has noticed this. But everyone else cannot help but slightly admire, perhaps feel a little bit of jealousy, because they are exquisite.
I like to admire the craftsmanship of the boots.
On the meta chicken, though, am I right in thinking that this is actually Hayden's creation?
On the what? Sorry, on the...
Like this whole axe is actually... Did you mention?
Oh no! Well, on the Meta Chicken, no, I gave Hayden this axe, but all of his behaviour up until when he couldn't give up the axe in the last session, that was all Hayden. None of me was telling him to act in that sort.
Oh, but you did actually give him a demonic axe.
Oh yeah, I did. I mean, I've definitely given him a naughty axe, but Kane's been naughty all on his own.
It's
because
I knew on the meta note, it's because I knew the axe was like slightly naughty, and I
think everyone did. I mean,
with it.
I was definitely joking about it's definitely not a demon axe. It's definitely not. And you, as soon as you saw it, James, you were like, I want to examine. I want to find out what's going on, because you immediately suspected it. I think everyone did, and you were right to do so. But Hayden, Hayden's kind of done it on his own, and and I think it's been a lot of fun. I thoroughly enjoyed this whole little arc, and I'm interested to see where it leads as well.
Perhaps I could provide provide you a replacement for that axe. I'm working on something.
I'm sure that would be lovely, Alex.
Something equally brutal. Something that you could really use to get your teeth into your enemies. A chain axe, perhaps.
Oh,
do you remember we talked about it?
Oh, it sounds so romantic, Alexa. Yeah.
Maybe you should come and visit me in the workshop, and I will show you what I've been working on.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a good thing. Anyway, Inquisitor,
I can help.
I'm terribly sorry if.
She's going to turn to Quintius and go, yes, Quintius, you can help.
If my combat
And
prowess
then,
is a problem.
and then you'll turn back, looking forward.
Yeah. I will just say to the Inquisitor, I'm sorry that my combat prowess is a problem.
No, on the contrary, it is your greatest strength is your combat prowess. Think nothing more of it, Arnold, and I wouldn't dream of having you sedated and taking your axe from you. You should give it up willingly, of course.
I try daily, give it to you. Is there anything you could do to maybe help me get...
I shall consult. Perhaps Jagannatha may have an idea.
Do you mind if I kept a promise to a friend first? A dearly departed.
Promise to a friend, to Eric.
Oh, Eric, yes.
If what we're saying is true, that he was a heretic. Tell me, Jan, what did he say? You said he spoke ill of our beloved God Emperor.
I will. I honestly can't remember what was said.
Called him Chair God.
Yeah,
Chair God.
So I will.
The
Recall
thing is, you see, the Allfather's a mobile man, and he does not relate the Emperor and the Allfather as the same being, which they are, obviously. But Eric does not see that.
He always was stubborn, and to speak ill of the God Emperor is undoubtedly heresy. Kiyoshi, what did you make of Eric? You fought alongside him.
I served alongside Eric many times in the past. He was a fine warrior. But they often say when you fight beside a man, you get the measure of his soul. But with Eric, I have no such insight. He was a closed book.
I disagree. He was very open with me. I had a lot of feeling to him. Anyway, I'll tell you the promise. The promise what I made. Eric says this used to be his family's axe, his father's, and he has no lineage. He would like it to go to another Fenrisian. And he wanted me to dedicate 5 heads to Maokai, Gatekeeper of Death, or the axe. And I promised to do so, as in Fenrisian custom. I'm saying this quite openly because I don't.
If the axe is cursed, as your ally Jan suggests, then it is perhaps best that you do not continue with this quest. It's perhaps best that the axe is stored, kept secure, where it may do no more harm. Wouldn't you agree, Arnold?
I would agree. And I will try and give Lucius my axe.
Okay. So you hold out the axe, you get ready to put it on the table in front of him. But you cannot let go of it. You must keep the axe. The axe makes you strong, Arnold. With the axe you are unstoppable. It is not for giving up to these peasants. This is your axe. This is your possession. Today, you cannot give it up.
I cannot give it up, I'm sorry.
There's a slight smile at Lucius, a half smile from Lucius. He says, "Thank you, Arnold. Please sit. You've made yourself very clear." And then he turns back to Jan and says, "Jan, you have sought to purge heresy wherever you see it, and that is commendable. That is the very nature of the Inquisitor, to destroy that which cannot be abided. As I say, the leadership on board has been ravaged, and I need people to step up. I need those willing to take on board leadership. When you only have to look at the so-called leaders of the factions on board this ship to see how desperate our position has become. The malevolence has become poor in a number of ways. Now, rumours and gossip of what occurred last night have spread through the ship like wildfire. People have named you the judge. They say that you are here to purge the heretics from the ship. Some say that you work with Spinebreaker. What do you say to this, Jan?
The righteous path is one we all walk in our own way. I have no affiliation with Spinebreaker, and I rejected him and led my compatriots to do the same. We were lucky to escape his ship with our lives. He has Grey Knights. We would have been...
Okay, I'm going to have to jump in. I don't think that any of you have any knowledge about the Grey Knights. I don't think any one of you could. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I don't think knowledge of the Grey Knights is known. You saw he had Astartes. You knew the nature of them, but I don't think any of you know that they're Grey Knights. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you just rewind that bit. We'll say you didn't say
Yeah,
it. But...
yeah, no worries. Well, I'll say he had the Astartes with him, and the Astartes, they only work with the righteous man, which leaves us.
Leave us where?
Purpose here, and about the support that he has with him. It's certainly a compelling argument that he is here to purge the heresy as well. Nevertheless, I remain loyal to yourself and my friends. We walk a knife edge on this ship, man. Especially in this particular realm space, it's closer to the edge than I first realized. It makes invoking me power twice as dangerous, at least, as it would in normal space. We have to be very careful what powers we invoke and use in our quest to do the Emperor's work.
I'm pleased to hear that you are loyal to me. And you seem to have judged Spinebreaker to be a righteous man, but I've told you, and yet you know that he has sworn to bring me down. He has sworn me to be his mortal enemy. So I'm not quite sure how you balance those two statements, but you did pick the right side. Now, let us leave this topic and move on. There is much to discuss.
For being so understanding, because if you want me to step up anytime and help me lead sometimes where Eric came off, I would be could gladly do so.
Well,
Kill your way to the top, Arnold. Nice.
I need all of you to step up and show leadership. I need it very much, but I do not want you to join the Inquisitorial Guard, Arnold. To be an Inquisitorial Guard is to remain upon the ship or to remain by my side. And I need you to be able to go on mission with the rest of Cell 53.
Yeah, this only the Arc incursion here so far, eh? Yeah, I would maybe get bored. Good point, Lucius.
May I make a suggestion?
Of course, please.
Do we, these resources that we're dwindling, that are dwindling, is there anywhere that we could go to acquire these? Or any excuse we could use to, what's the word? No, the word is acquire. Is there anywhere...
Yes, indeed. And in fact, you have proceeded my statements on our upcoming mission. There was things to discuss, but seeing as you raise it, Alexa, the next port of call in our mission will be a space station, bridge station, and it is. It would typically take about a week at warp, heading homeward away from the miasma. Now we'll be taking more like 2 weeks for this journey. This is to give our pilots some opportunity to train, and it's also for us to take perhaps a more scenic route so that we can avoid anyone following us. But we intend to head to a nearby space station, and this will be the opportunity for Quintius and Nixios to lead the trade envoy. I see that you've already made some purchases. The ship is poor. It's poorer than it's ever been, and we need to regenerate our finances. So that brings us on to this topic of discussion. Let us discuss the trade purchases that you've made. Quintius, let us see. And he pulls out a data slate and he starts to look through it. And while he does that, I will scroll further down my Word document, seeing as Johnny's jumped ahead. Right. So...
Being efficient.
Efficiency. Very good. Yes, here we are. Yes, I find it. So I still wish I had the time to devote to trade. I really do. But here we are. The ivory was a good choice. The best choice. Certainly the best asset available for purchase.
Well, you know, my father ran something of a trade empire, and I imagine, despite my desire to remain aloof from such things, some of what he taught me must have rubbed off on me. Not that my father ever rubbed off on me. That would be... I do apologize. Please go on.
Yeah.
Alexa emits a blurt of binary that sounds almost like a giggle.
Now, yes, here we are. Yes, and the salt fish too. That would be good for morale. The crew tire of nutrient paste.
That was our thinking at the time. A nice bit of nutrition for the lads.
And here, hides and fur. I mean, less attractive, but they may yield a good return.
Well, we thought that, perhaps they would sell anywhere for, fancy furniture or crude armor. If it's a more primitive world, it's a resource that can go anyway.
And at this point, he looks up from his data slate and he fixes Quintius. He locks eyes with you and fixes you with a stare. And then there is the issue of the mutants that we brought on board. Now, Quintius, I agree with the majority of decisions that you and Nixius have made regarding trade assets. But I have to ask why you thought that it was a good idea to purchase mutant slaves and bring them on board this ship. Slavery is bad enough, but mutant slaves, what were you thinking? There'll be a mutiny if this gets out.
Well, first of all, Inquisitor, let me stop you there. It wasn't my idea. It was Nixius's idea. His theory was that we could use the mutants, altered and changed by the miasma, this rift, as we refer to it, and perhaps research them in the infirmary with the doctor man, and maybe help develop some advanced version of the serum that would protect the rest of the crew. But I said to him, Nixios, this is an astoundingly bad idea. The only thing that could possibly happen from this is that we could have mutants running amok on the ship. I swear, Inquisitor, it was nothing to do with me.
So I must assume that this is a foul deception.
This is a lie.
Character. Yes, yeah. I would like you, therefore, to make a deceive roll.
I will try.
I would also like you to make this at -20. There are various modifiers applied to this because of the Well, I'm not going to say exactly why, but there are reasons.
Extent
The
of the
nature, the nature of
Yeah, so I
the-
think you know.
the level of bullshit.
Yeah,
that's going
exactly.
on.
It's the difficulty of the lie, right?
It was our fucking job.
You what? Sorry.
I thought it was our job to bring them on.
Well,
It was on the top of
basically,
the
if you
five,
remember,
after that.
James, it was
Sorry, it's literally my orders.
It was
Al-
your orders. Your orders
James.
were to bring him board.
many months ago. Me and you were tasked by Alan to pick what we wanted to buy, weren't we? As Nixios and Quintius, and we had a long discussion, you and I, about what we should take. And you were dead against slaves, so I agreed with you. And then I messaged Al privately and said, "Fucking ignore James. Quintius would be buying slaves."
Oh, okay.
So
So
the orders came from, surreptitiously from Quintius, really. So
secret gaming.
Nixius's mission to go and buy the slaves, which incidentally bore Hayden's alt character.
Yeah.
That came from Quintius and his machinations. So
Don't trust me, is what I'm saying.
I
I
would like you to make a deceive roll at -20,
Yeah.
please.
would like to use a fate point to add a -10 to that, if I may.
Add a -10.
Add a +10, sorry,
Yes,
to that.
please do. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
So-
So a -10 in total.
Yeah.
Very good. Right.
Yeah.
James.
Well played, Dave.
Okay. So
I was on holiday, and I didn't.
Yeah.
this is what you were born to do.
Exactly, this is what Quintius is for.
The Inquisitor looks you over, and he doesn't give much away. He looks you over and he holds your gaze for a moment, and he says,
Hold my gaze.
"So, if Nixius thought it was such a good idea to bring these people on board for medical reasons, I could understand that. But what I cannot understand is why the decision of which mutants to bring on board was given over to a good doctor, Dr. Festus Bucket."
Well, you see, he's a doctor man. He knows surely the most about such things of all of us on this vessel. Maybe, perhaps. So maybe Nixios consulted with the doctor? I don't know. I mean, I wasn't really privy to this whole business.
Yes. Have you met the doctor? Have you spent any time with him? Have you got the measure of the man?
I believe I might have, Inquisitor, yes.
Yes, he's not the sort of person to be making high-level decisions. He's very talented in his own narrow field, but these mutants that we have brought on board are dangerous. Nixios has brought monsters on board.
Yes,
We shall have to decide how to deal with them. Specifically, there is one, Demonkin, that I'm not quite sure what we're going to do about that.
what
But we
now?
should- This terrible melding of man, mutant, and demon. It really is a problem.
I mean, that does seem a little bit extreme. When I spoke to, when Nixios spoke to us about this, I was expecting, someone with an extra eye or someone with too many fingers, not a fucking demon.
Yes. It seems to have got quite out of hand.
Poor choice of words there, Inquisitor. Sorry.
Now, well, and he normally doesn't give much away, but he puts his hand to his face, like he's face palming a little bit here, and he goes, "These problems, I give such freedoms to you acolytes, and it does produce quite a chaotic path. The good doctor was like a child in a sweet shop. Now, never mind about these mutants. We shall decide what to do about the Demonkin. And as for the other mutants, I shall put one of my best men on the case, and hopefully we can make use of them."
If I may, Inquisitor, I actually applaud you for your freedoms that you give your crew. The other alternative is to tighten and restrict their movements, and then they rebel and they fight back and they say, "No, fuck you, Dad! I'll do what I want."
There's an awkward silence.
Lucius, I
I want to call you Eric for a second. Arnold.
Lucius, good wine.
Yes, indeed. Fine vintage.
And would you mind if I had a little taster in my tankard? So good. Never seen such a drink.
He looks you over. He looks over the entirety of the group at this point. He goes, "I think not. Now,
okay.
I shall congratulate Cell 53. I shall congratulate you all for your successful mission. But there has been some... The victory has been sullied somewhat with some of the other actions that have taken part. Let us concentrate on the good, shall we? Your mission down to the heart of the heretic settlement was well implemented. You know, retrieving from Grimsport both a high-ranking Marino and the demonologist, and then decapitating literally the family's leader, escaping across hostile terrain. It was well done. And the intelligence that we extracted during the interrogation of Lim Marino was invaluable. And again, you distinguish yourself during the assault on board the Victorious. My stormtroopers report that you unleashed a heavy toll upon the family. Finding the painting, I've worked towards this my whole life. This painting represents the culmination of the life's work of 4 generations of House Alexander. It was my great-grandfather, Nephalek, who first ventured out into this region of space under the warrant of the rogue trader. He was near infirm and nearly blind, but he was dogged and determined to bring House Alexander out of the depths of poverty that our house had lowered itself to, and make our star rise again. And he had a keen mind. It was he who dared to venture further to the outskirts of space than any rogue trader had dared before. And it was he who left with 1 ship and returned with 2. It was he who recovered the first of the artifact paintings, each one in a series drawn by a tragic genius known as Erroneous Gelt. And since then, the Malevolence has made many campaigns, returning out into the expanse, and each time bringing back untold bounties, and enriching the Imperium and House Alexander immeasurably. My grandfather and father each continued the campaigns, each time drawing closer and closer to the miasma, and each time bringing back greater riches. It was my father, Dmitri, who brought back the 4th artifact painting. And by now, House Alexander's rise was astronomical, and they fell under the eye of the Holy Inquisition. Now, I do not know the full details, but my father was forced to give me up for inquisitorial training from a young age. The Inquisition wanted to make use of House Alexander's wealth and its experience at long-distance spacefaring. Most of all, the Inquisition wanted the Malevolence, or rather as they knew it, the Emperor's grace. His ship is without peer. I've learnt much in my studies in the Inquisition, and I've made numerous allies and acquaintances. Yes, and enemies. Inquisitor Spinebreaker, Syafix, Varak, Mar, and many others. Once I had served my time and advanced sufficiently to the rank of interrogator, once I had reclaimed the birthright of my capital ship, I continued my expeditions to the Expanse, and only one painting remained, the heart. And you have captured it for me. You have been victorious. These paintings are a set, and they hold the key to the miasma, the key to closing it forever. We have a real chance now, and it is all thanks to you, acolytes. But I won't lie, things are still quite bleak. Now, we've talked about the poor state of finances, and the hope that you will bolster our resources at this trade mission to Ridge Station. But we must also talk about morale. Morale is pretty desperate. It's a fragile thing on these long voyages. The crew get restless and they start fights over nothing. The miasma, even behind the Geller fields, affects the crew still. Horrible nightmares and madness are rife. Suicides are plentiful. The orc attack has really left us in a poor position, and I blame Spinebreaker for this. But I give thanks that the ship has survived at all. We've lost a lot of crew. I've been forced to recruit from the pallet. I've been forced to recruit from the pallet, and that was Jagannatha's mission. There was a number of Bayou folk who hate the Laughing Monk and all it stands for, and we have brought as many of these on board as we can. Now, the issue with these new recruits is that they are unlikely to mesh with the current crew readily. I have no choice. We cannot go back to refit. We must needs press on. These raw recruits must be trained up, and I shall have Jagannatha get in touch with you to discuss this. There are many matters of a ship's resources. The ship's production, for example, needs to be put to proper use. We need to discuss all of this, but that's a matter for another day.
Do you think if you bind the Bayou folk, they're hard-working, and also they seem to be more resistant to miasma, so maybe they'll be better at war travel. Who knows, but it seems to be a thing with them.
I think so. I think they are. I think they can be made into an asset if we can meld them into the crew. But I think that'll be easier said than done.
How about maybe to increase morale? That sounds a bit extravagant. And it's not just so I can get drunk, but a few more stews to increase morale, like just little weekend do for them.
Everyone does love a party, Inquisitor.
Perhaps some shore leave
Um,
on the space station or a nearby world.
Interesting. We are on somewhat of a clock, but it is not an idea without merit, Alexa.
But if one cog in your clock breaks, Inquisitor, better to stand the clock down for a while, clean the gears, wind it a bit, if you understand my turn of phrase, than push the clock beyond its limits.
That is logical.
I see.
I, of course, will abstain from any frivolous activities.
Again, he gives you a look, doesn't give away anything with his expression, but he does give you a
I
point.
calculate a 5.3% chance of that.
Go fuck yourself, Alexa.
Negative.
Gentlemen, please. During the next 2 weeks, you will each have personal time to spend on whatever projects you want. If you simply wish to while away your time in leisure, then feel free. But if you have any projects that you want to progress, then make use of these 2 weeks as best you can. He turns and looks at Alexa. Alexa, your time is incredibly valuable, perhaps the most valuable of anyone on board. You may want to spend your time in the workshop creating items for the rest of your allies, or you may want to oversee work on board the ship. The ship is crying out for leadership in this regard. There are many uses for the ship's production facilities. If only someone with a technical mind would grab it by the scruff of the neck. Alexa, choose wisely how to spend your time.
Okay.
Very well. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
This space station we're heading to, Ridge Station, Inquisitor. What
Yes.
do we know about it?
The station is somewhat of a independent device. In theory, it falls under the train of the Selexis core, but in reality, it is an independent trade station, and it is a hotbed of trade. Various Xenos and human actors will travel there and trade freely. I do not envisage any difficulty or trouble there in terms of being attacked, but we cannot assume anything. It's been a long time since I've been to the station in the past.
So I assume
Defensive capabilities?
They have significant defense laser batteries, but no real ships that defend it. However, there is a sort of kind of system where the various ship captains who rely on the station for trade tend to be self-policing in a sense, so that if raiders, especially for example the Drakari, were to raid or attack the various trade vessels around the station, tend to rally and defend it. But it is significantly defended with missile batteries and defense lasers.
it's a free port then.
In a sense, yes. As I say, in theory, it belongs to the Selexis core, but they've not been able to control it de facto for several centuries.
Very good. One other minor, small question.
Obviously,
When we arrive, will the Malevolence be docking with the station, or will we shuttle from the Malevolence to the station?
If we are to perform any significant trades, it would certainly be easier to dock. To start off with, it might be wise to send over a shuttle. I intend to have you to head off. It may well be that we send Nixios as well. And just to meta chicken a bit here, James, it's be up to you whether you go with Nixios as a trade envoy or whether you go as Yarn. So you'll have a choice of your two characters in that instance. You might want Yarn to stay here and do other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But so it'll be up to you to choose. You can choose either. It's totally up to you.
Kind of want to joke the like Quintius now. Quintius.
Yeah, you don't know fuck all that I've grassed you up for nothing yet, James. Wind that meta chicken neck in.
I must insist of even though it's what you know as James Brown and what you know as your characters. I must insist you keep these things separate.
James, you must have learnt by now. Everything I do, whether I'm a player or DM, is the long game.
But I do really like how Quintius was responsible for bringing on board Hayden, and also for making all the Cell 54 in a way.
Yeah. See, I have my uses. This is what I do. I scheme.
I've been waiting for ages for it to get revealed. So
Well played.
that's been going on for
Months.
Yeah, months and months and months.
Well, yeah. How long could it have?
Well, Inquisitor, I do agree. I mean, I don't mean to tell you how to do your business, but I
Please
think
do not.
the idea of a shuttle party first would put the ship less at risk. And trust me, if myself and Nixios go aboard, I will do my best to keep his spending habits in check this time.
And the Inquisitor looks at you, Nixius, and he doesn't give anything away.
I'm going to turn to the Inquisitor and go. What was I going to say? Probability, I think.
Sorry, I missed.
Yeah, the probability of that's incalculably low. She just used you. No, I'm not. That was meta. Sorry, mate. You don't know that.
There's a lot of meth chicken going on. Don't make me put the chicken on the screen.
Okay.
Don't want
No,
to.
no,
Don't make me do it.
That might not be true. But you'll never know. You'll have to
Inquisitor.
find out. So,
Yes.
what I'm going to ask you is just the probability of being able to find recruits for the ship at the station halt. Is there a probability of that?
Certainly, it's quite likely. There are often mercenary groups operating at Ridge Station, touting for trade. You may well be able to find individuals who may be able to supplement the craft. In essence, the resources and the bank that you've built up, this will all be at your disposal. It is likely you'll find that there is more things to purchase and you'll have the money to do so because we're in an area of comparative poverty. So the decisions that you make regarding what to buy will have an important impact upon the rest of the campaign. So it's quite a lot of responsibility that I'm leaving you with, and I'm sure that I can trust you, Quintius. And he looks at you. Now,
Alexa raises an eyebrow but doesn't look at anybody.
it's there really is quite a lot at stake here, so I will implore you to make the right choices when you go on board and spend the bank that we have acquired here. Now, I understand you've got a few extra items which you could be able to sell. There's a pearl that Nixios recovered from the planet. There's also the Xenos art that you took from Reptile Marino's sanctuary. That should be worth a fair few thrones, I wager.
Well, Inquisitor, first of all, thank you for putting your trust in me. Like I say, my father was a merchant trader, and I did pick up a few things. And believe me when I tell you that I will endeavor to make the best deal I can on behalf of this ship and its crew and yourself. Yes, we do have the pearl, the Xenos art. And we have Nixios, and although he's made some bad decisions in the past, I do believe he is a highly skilled, academic-minded man, and he can be useful. I think we might have one or two other items that could be useful to sell. I've been sitting on this for a while, and I'm going to reach into my pocket and pull out a small bag and toss it onto the table so it slides the full length of the table towards Inquisitor. It says, we've had this...
Hold! I'd like you to make an agility roll, please.
All right.
Oh no, it might hit the Inquisitor in the face.
Only if you roll 100, probably won't be that embarrassing.
Don't
But
roll
last time you...
100,
Oh!
I jinxed it, sorry.
You flick it, and it goes the length of the table, and it knocks over the vintage red wine that looks incredibly expensive. And the red wine bottle falls to the floor, smashes. The Inquisitor's naval uniform is showered with red wine.
I have 4 fate points.
Or you would like to re-roll that, would you?
No, I'm just telling you I've got 4 fate points. I'm not using any of them. Fuck it.
That's too good. That's too good to use a fate point.
Yeah.
The Inquisitor looks down and says, well, yes. It will cost quite a pretty penny to replace that bottle.
I
Indeed.
apologise, Inquisitor. However, the bag...
Kyoshi bristles at this action. Don't you, Kyoshi? What are you doing, Kyoshi?
Grumbling loudly, most deeply.
Okay, very good.
Also, maybe just one hand on Kazushini and draw it an inch or two as if it's an attack.
Okay, very good.
I'm going to sort of link up with the ship through the port and get a servitor to come in and clean that. Just subtly.
Okay, I'd like you to make a tech use test, please, at +10.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to port into the... Well, you can port into the ship because we've discussed the data port here. I'm just going to go for a quick slash while you do that.
Yeah, I am as well. This is how you meta chicken without meta chickening, by the way.
No, comms are down. I might use the fate point.
Down. Don't roll 100, Dave. Oops. I cursed him instantly in that second.
I doubt that you are a witch, Hayden. It's
I'm not a witch.
With a demon axe.
In real life, I would say in real life I'm a witch.
I'm saying you weigh the same as a dog.
Do.
There can be too many coincidences, can't there, really, for it not to be something other than witchery.
Certainty.
That's not dice. Is that technically dice sorcery still? New level.
Yeah. It is, yeah. You've taken it online now.
You've got used to the format.
A new level of power. That's excellent.
Okay, I'm back. So I'll wait for...
Are these the gems you've seen before, Al?
I'll just come to that. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to think who's seen what. So I'll just come to what happens then. So Quintius flicks this pouch. Oh, are you there, Dave? Quintius flicks this pouch with... We don't know what's in it yet. We'll come to that. It catches the bottle of red wine, which tips, also knocks over the glass that falls down. There's a terrible smash of glass. The Inquisitor is covered in red wine all over his immaculate naval uniform. A little bit of red wine, perhaps calm, as you say, for not sharing at all. A little bit of red wine on his face, a little bit of in his hair, and there's also some on the exquisite cane. And
That's a shame.
the Inquisitor does not often show emotion, but you can tell now that he's seriously pissed off. Although he does have it under a tight rein. He reaches down to this pouch, which is sat in this puddle of red wine.
Hang on, have we seen these before?
Well, the pouch, I don't know. I mean, it's a pouch at the minute. I'll come to that.
Oh.
He picks up the pouch, or he tries to, and he cuts his finger. He goes, "By the God, Emperor!"
Whoops!
And he pulls up the pouch, and there's a little bit of blood dripping from a cut in his finger. And he opens the pouch, and he pulls out a gemstone. Now, this is one Quintius in episode 2. He looted 2 gemstones following a critical success from the shoe of a bandit. And he traded one of those gems for the exquisite shoes. And I think Jan was there at that time.
Yeah,
Correctly. So you will have seen it, so you know what this is. This is the second of those gemstones. And the Inquisitor pulls out the gemstone, and I shall just show you what it looks like. If I can find... It's been a while since
this is now a soul stone.
So
I think I'm trying to remember what everyone knows about this, but yes, it is a soul stone. I'm hoping that you can...
I don't know. Soulstone, do I?
I don't know. I'm trying to...
Wait. The woman in the clothing shop.
She told you about it, right?
Yeah, she told me, but I don't really know what that means.
No.
So what I'm going to do is say, I took this from a thug down on Orpheus 4, shortly after I attempted to assume the identity of a man that turned out to be a rather wealthy man. I tried to gain access to his funds and failed miserably, mainly because I didn't understand the customs of the world we were upon. But this item, Inquisitor, it was assured to me that this is a valuable item of significant wealth and means. Perhaps we can get a good price for this to augment our finances when we arrive at this ridge station.
He looks at it and he pulls out the gemstone. Go on, so what's that?
Had a chat with the lady, and she told him.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm pretty sure she did. I'm pretty sure she told both of you, and she said that they're used for they could hold souls or spirits of people, and they're highly valuable, highly sought after, and they could be used for example, powering rituals and spells, or for crafting purposes. There's a power to these, and to put on the meta chicken hat, for example, there are examples of people using similar items, be that the Eldar. I mean, they use something similar to store their spirits, so that Slanesh cannot eat them when they die. So and also it's a rip-off of Malifaux as well.
Yes.
So anyway, but yeah, so you kind of know what it is, and Lucius picks up the gemstone. He looks at it, blood dribbling down his wrist, and he says, "Certainly a precious item, of no doubt, but this is not likely to turn the tides of our fortunes. There's a question of scale here, Quintius. Some items are worth, hundreds of thrones, thousands of thrones. But as a rogue trader, we deal in millions of thrones, tens of thousands, if not millions of thrones with these purchases. I cannot see this gemstone as valuable as it is turning the tide here. And I do not believe it was worth more than the vintage that you have cast aside on this floor." And with that, he flicks it back at you.
I'm going to catch it.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make a test. Too long, I haven't rolled any dice yet.
Same for your eye.
Okay, so the gemstone slips from his hand, perhaps on the blood, and it bounces along the table. It doesn't make it all the way towards you, Quintius. It kind of bounces off and falls off the left-hand side of the table. So you don't have to catch it.
All right.
Can you telekinesis, James? Of course you can.
Yeah.
Of course you can use your psychic powers in such a way.
Thanks.
While he's doing that, I'm going to say, Inquisitor,
Just hold on a sec. We need to see what's going to happen here first before we move on.
Yeah, you don't know.
Peril.
I'm not going to say anything.
Peril. Gotta be a perils.
They're calling for Granny. They're crying out for
Let's
perils.
get a demon and the same chain.
Let's spice this session up. Hey, all this talking around the table. Hey, get the fucking demons in here.
Bloodthirster.
it's fine. I have no concern if a demon turns up. Kiyoshi's here. Quintius can run away. Fuck you guys. I'm out of here.
I mean, if a bloodletter comes, you probably make short work of it, knowing you guys. You are, especially with Kiyoshi here.
I think between Kiyoshi, Jan, and Arnie, definitely, and Alexa, I don't know what Alexa's got equipped with her, but between them three, you'd fucking mince a bloodletter.
Shoot it.
Okay, so what are you trying to do? You're trying to telekinesis the gem, and what? Bring it to yourself, or what are you wanting to do?
Telekinesis it into your pocket.
Finders keepers, losers weepers.
There's so much meta I want to say about this stone, but I can't.
You can meta chicken all you want. I'll just punish it if I think it goes beyond a certain level. What I don't like is when
Quest item.
What I don't like is when characters act in such a way that because they're acting on knowledge that the players have, that the character does not have. That's one of my big hates. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For example, if one of your characters doesn't know anything about the Crooked Quartermaster, Dominic Peters, doesn't know anything about him whatsoever, and then tries to bribe him for no good reason, just because Hayden Walker knows that the quartermaster is crooked. That's a big naughty no.
It is, yeah, it is.
That's that sort of thing I don't like. But in general,
we're on the same page here, aren't we, Alan? Like,
I don't mind a bit.
I'm the anti-meta chicken player as well. Like, I will, if I know something as a player that my character wouldn't know, I will go the opposite way, as I have done multiple times.
So,
but I've thrown this in here now because it made sense.
I don't mind. I don't mind. There's some things that I mind. There's some things which, and if I think you're pushing a line, I'll bring the chicken up.
Yeah. How many dice is James rolling? It's been like 5 minutes.
Wait for your quick chat shit.
You're just bitter that I've grassed you up for something. Fuck you.
Oh yeah. Oh, Nixios, man. I can't believe you choked him. Going through Dave. Hide with my emotions.
That's too good. That is. It was all Nixios' fault.
Nixios is going to turn them into a crack team of mutant servitor monster.
Quintius has been really well behaved for fucking 20 sessions and downplayed, and I had to hit you with that fucker.
feel less guilty now about putting them all in a big gas chamber. I've got to say, like, I might just
Hey,
flip the switch, mate. If I'm honest,
James, you can do for me.
I've been so close.
You can kill all of them, but you still don't understand my end game here, so it's fine.
Oh, my game is such a hot
However, it
mess.
shall not be named, or I am not hopping around with chance again. And
306.
You've rolled a 14, is that enough?
that is for the power that will not be named.
Ah, okay, yep, right with you.
I don't want to invoke something worse without having like a backup.
5 minutes and you haven't even rolled the power you said you were rolling. Jesus Christ, James, come on.
I'm trying to figure out if I should use telekinesis or precision.
I think precision telekinesis for me is what.
Yeah,
precision. I think
precision's-
to grab a gem out of the air and to manipulate it, I think is precision telekinesis.
I would agree.
No, I'm just lifting it. So telekinesis, I think.
Okay.
You may move the object slowly anywhere within range. Yeah, I'm not. Now, if I was trying to take the gems out of Quintius's pocket without him noticing, that would be precision telekinesis. But it's a fucking 23.
Okay. So you're basically going to grab it, but you're not going to be able to like.
I need a 4. So telekinesis.
Let's have a look at these spells.
Well,
Hold on. Just want to have a little look myself, buddy. So telekinesis on the wording. Right. So where you lift to move any object in range. Cannot make attacks. Precision. Scalp. All pens, press buttons, jaw triggers. And direct small projectiles to deadly effect. Okay. Alright, so yeah, you can use telekinesis, but you'll have less.
yeah, all I'm doing is
what you
I'm going to hover it in front of everyone at the table.
Okay, so roll your. Have you rolled? Or
Yeah, so they both went off, no problem. Rolled a 13 for telekinesis. And I'm going to turn to Lucius and say, I think this is a soul stone. This may be more useful than you're giving it credit for.
A soul stone?
Yeah, it's I believe that it traps the soul of an individual. That can then be used to power various devices that could use Empyrean energy or soul energy. Its use is myriad.
So, Inquisitor, just to clarify here, you say this item is valuable, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that valuable. However, what if this is just one such item? What if somewhere out there are a lot of these devices? Would that not be worth millions, as you suggested you were interested in?
He goes, you speak a lot of sense, Quintius. Where are you going with this?
Well, I mean, if we're dawdling along in this bit of space trying to, make up a bit of time, slow time things so we're not followed, and we've got 2 weeks, why don't we put a bit of time into finding where these soul stones come from, and go and take every single fucking one that we can carry?
Okay, the Inquisitor seems to consider this. He says, the libraries are at your disposal, but there is precious little in this region of precious little information about this region of space specifically. There is some, but nowhere near enough. However, I've had a thought. We've taken on board a what you might consider a local guide. We brought on board, as you recall, the demonologist, that you brought on board from Grimsport. It may be that he could aid us in this. It may be that he has access to such a knowledge. I have him on a special mission at the moment. But once he becomes available, perhaps you should speak with him.
Maybe we
You'll
should.
find it most enlightening, I'm sure.
I'm sure we will. He
A
sounds
little
like an
drip,
interesting
little
chap.
drip of red wine just drops off his face onto his,
Well,
shall we
All I'm
say.
suggesting, Inquisitor, is if you have spent or your family has spent 4 lifetimes trying to find these paintings that you've so desperately sought, and now you have them, what's another week or two to do a little trade, maybe extend our legs a little further, replenish the ship, its supplies, its resources, get us up to optimum strength before you lead us on whatever path it is you are leading us?
Indeed. You speak a lot of sense.
I generally do.
You will have a few weeks. You may pursue your own projects. So this seems to be an opportunity for you to stretch your legs and show leadership. And he looks around the table at this and fixes each of you with a gaze.
I'd
No,
like
the
to
gays!
ask you
The gays are out again!
Not you gays. The good type of gays or the bad type of gays?
Is there a difference? Who knows anymore? It's the 21st century. They're all the same.
That's one of
And
mine.
then
That's one of
goes-
mine. Nicole's catchphrases because she'll go, "Oh, that's gay,"
Yeah.
and
Gay.
and like it's like
What isn't?
But I'm sure. But she did it in front of my brother one time, and then she started trying to dig herself out of a
Yeah.
hole. Oh, not the bad type of gay, the good type
Yeah.
of gay. And she, or like, no, not the good type of gay. I don't know. She basically started digging and digging, and I said, "Carl, stop digging." And my brother just looked with his, this dry expression.
See, I've said
Nicole like really got herself into trouble.
I've said
Got her
that's
around the mouth.
gay as a bad thing for fucking 30 years because
of course. Yeah.
and it's not because I have any issue with gay people. It's just because of things like South Park and stuff like that, And then when you actually say something like that in front of someone that's gay, you immediately catch yourself doing it and go, "Well, I can't dig myself out of this hole, so I may as well just keep
Double
going."
down.
Yeah.
But it was just funny watching her put her foot in her mouth and then dig herself a hole. It was great. So that's kind of one of our little catchphrases. Good type of gay, Nicole, or the bad type.
It's like the good AIDS or the bad AIDS, isn't it?
Okay, so where were we then? So, we're talking about he fixes each of you with a steady glare, and yes. So, was there anything else, or shall we call
I
this
was
meeting?
going to ask the would I be able to commandeer a cart, some water, and a little bit of food, and feed the crew to increase morale, as well as maybe organise one party night?
And he says to you, "I think that's a sound idea, Eric. As I say, there are many resources on board the ship, financial, energy, manpower, but morale is a precious resource."
I will try to devote myself to this.
The other resource I must mention, of course, is faith. We must all keep our faith in these trying times. And you must keep your faith in me. It shall serve you well.
A faith in you, Inquisitor. You are fair and just.
Regarding the faith, man, we need. I would like to know what we do with prescribed artifacts such as this axe. Is there a location of the ship that we can lock things away?
And his eyes roll up for a second and he goes, "I must converse with Jagannatha. I believe that we shall have to have something constructed. There is nowhere that I can think of that would be suitable to contain the items." Sorry, you haven't told him about the Book of Life. To contain
No, but I will do. I'll say, I'm asking because I've got this, and I want rid of it, man. I don't want the taint of it on me anymore. I've confirmed that it is an item of dark power. Its power to corrupt is exponential.
Okay, now you're bringing the item out.
Yeah.
Okay, and you bring it out, and there's a bit of a kind of gasp in the room.
I'll bring it out, but wrapped.
Okay, very good then. Okay, so you bring it out about wraps, and the Inquisitor.
This is a tomb of dark knowledge.
And he goes, "Yes, I think we shall have to have something specially constructed, and it is Jaganepha, who I believe will know best how to contain these items. It may be that he tries to involve you. Your power as a psyker has surpassed everyone but Jaganepha on board this ship. So it may well be that he needs you to help seal away the items, because there will be certain runes, I imagine, and circles, and he waves his hand. But yes, I think leave the item here if you would. He gestures to Yuki Gleeflesh.
But Jan, don't be surprised if he asks you for help and gives you permission to help, and then at the very last minute snatches your moment of glory away from you because he's a cunt like that Jaganatha.
And again, the Inquisitor looks at you again, and you can still see there's a little bead of red wine dripping down his face. And he looks at you again, and he says, "I think we should perhaps end the meeting here. I really must go and clean up."
Yes, no offense, Inquisitor, but you do look a little bit of a mess. Although, must say, fantastic cane.
The Inquisitor stands. So Yuki Gleeflesh reaches down and picks up the book, unless you are preventing him anyway.
Don't get yourself shot by the Inquisitor, aren't you?
He's definitely pushing his luck. He can't help himself.
I can't help myself in any way, in real life or in game. Just let me do my thing.
So, the Inquisitor...
I'm going to
I love it.
audience with the Inquisitor and Jaganatha after everyone leaves.
Sorry, say that again, James.
Like an audience with the Inquisitor and Jaganatha before they, after everyone leaves.
Okay, so you speak up, and he says, the Inquisitor says, "Yes, Jan, I will indulge you here. We'll have a private meeting. But really, I really must go and change. This is intolerable. Please, I shall send for you. You can meet me in my personal audience chamber. But for now, I must insist on getting out of these clothes into some clean ones.
Yeah.
Sure, you understand."
For sure.
Okay, so the meeting is at an end. The time is approximately 3 o'clock on one day after the orbital assault.
Can I make an agility test as I go past the table so not to cut my finger on glass?
You can avoid glass readily.
No, I want to dip my hand in the red wine to have a taste
Okay.
of what it was as I go past, because let me have it.
Okay, well, they are filing out, and the Inquisitorial Guard are filing afterwards. So if you want to try and get a bit of this red wine that's sat on the floor into your cup, make an agility roll at plus, or you just want to get a bit on your finger.
Oh, well, I'll do my cup if there's enough to go a cup.
I mean, not maybe a full cup, but you can definitely get a better amount of it.
Yeah.
It's off the floor and fully indulge yourself.
It's 20, you say?
I say make an agility test at plus 30. It's not too hard to avoid the broken glass.
I'll press plus. I'll re-roll that.
You can re-roll that using a fate point.
I want to cut my fingers. I'll type the proper parameters in it and go and work.
Okay, so let me just make a note. Fate point. Gratuitous. There's a puddle of this red wine on the metal floor, and the floor isn't dirty or anything. It seems, it's a tidy, clean room. But and you managed to get, a few centimeters into your tankard. Do you want to drink it? Do you say?
Yeah.
You're not used to wine, but it is certainly one of the finest things you've ever drunk. There's a quality to it that comes with, I suppose, sheer cost. The Inquisitor said that this is an expensive bottle of wine.
Straight to my head.
I wasn't going to make you make a test because there isn't quite enough of it.
Okay,
if you want to act tipsy, you can do.
No, I'm alright.
I wasn't going to make you make a test because
Arnie does have a good constitution, but I did roll shit if it was. If there's enough to get pissed on, that's up to you, Alan.
No, I wasn't going to ask you to make a test, Hayden. So, but it is really nice, and you're quite glad that you took the
floor
opportunity.
wine.
Yeah, a bit of floor wine.
Nice floor wine. Thanks, Quintius.
Tag team. So what about the soul stone?
I'm a drink after all.
It was hanging in the air with the telekinesis. What's happening to that?
Is it hanging in the air?
Well, I think Brownie just hovered it, didn't he? What were you doing with it? Were you hovering it in the air, or what were you doing? Yarn.
I'll hover it over to Quintius.
I'm just going to pluck it out of the air, dip it into my pocket, inside pocket of my jacket, smile at Yarn, and I'm going to think really hard. Thanks, Yarn.
Okay, Yarn. Yarn, you don't have telepathy, Yarn. But,
I don't. Neither of us do, but I don't fucking know that.
Okay, so the meeting is adjourned. There's about, I don't know, let's say 7-8 hours left in the day for you to take advantage of in whichever way you want.
Okay.
You're in a bit of freedom now. Do you want to do your own thing, or what do you want to do? Do you want to talk? What do you want to do, guys? What are you doing?
I'm going to head back to the workshop, but I want to interface with the ship and find out the extent of the damage and then organise work teams to repair it.
Okay, so just 1 minute.
Is it just us four still in the room at the minute?
Yeah, everyone else has filed out.
All right.
I'm going to go down to the kitchen.
So you want to head off? So you guys are not talking or anything. You just want to head off your separate ways. Is that right? Or
Before Arnie goes, if he's leaving, I want to say, Arnold, my good man, do you fancy a little sparring session later this evening, perhaps?
Oh, come to it now.
Oh, no. I have some other business to take care of right now, but, go easy. I'm not a fighter, as you well know, but I wondered if you could show me some moves.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'll show you a good move. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe give me an hour or two, and I'll see you in the training hall.
Okay. We can pick it up that neck of yours. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Rah!
Yeah.
On a rampage.
That's a bit right. I'll teach you how to go for the vital points.
Excellent.
Maybe tear your opponent apart.
That's what I'm after. I know how to wield a sword, but it was never really, proper fighting. It was stage fighting. I could do with some pointers of how to actually kill a man. Because we seem to be doing that now.
That made me laugh. We do that all the time. It's
yes, it's horrific, isn't it? Anyway, see you in an hour or two.
Okay. I'll see you.
okay, so Alexa wants to go to the workshop. Yarn, you want to set up a private audience with the Inquisitor and the Magister. Arnold, Magister.
Arnold is off.
Fuck you, James. Dave, what were you wanting to do?
Very quickly, what I'd like to do is, as everyone's leaving, as I've said to Arnie, that's what I want to do with Arnie later. I'm going to say to Alexa, if you're going to be down in the workshop for some time, maybe I can pop down and give you a hand, maybe, with some of your work?
Perhaps two. And then she's just going to walk away.
Yep. I'm also going to say to Yarn before he leaves, Yarn, I need to speak with you at some point this evening, maybe the sooner the better. But go do whatever you have to do with Lucius, and then I'm going to head back to our quarters.
Okay. So you're going back to your quarters, and what are you wanting to do? Because basically I'm trying to plan out how the next few hours are going to go. So we've got workshop for Alexa back to work, Yarn private audience. So what are you going to do with your next few hours? Can you give me a clue? So I can try and...
I'm going to give you more than a clue. I'm going to give you a very clear set of instructions that I might have been preparing for.
Please do.
I'm going to shower, I'm going to shave, I'm going to put on my best outfit that I wore when I first arrived here, I'm going to grab my original walking cane, I'm going to put my notepad in my pocket, I'm going to take my skeleton key, my con bead, my lighter, my IO sticks, Mumsy, my empty hip flask, and my best shoes, and I'm going to head off to see Laura Skysinger.
Okay, Laura.
Next mark on the Quintius belt, eh?
Laura Skysinger. And then we have Arnold.
Side quest.
Arnold.
I'm trying to work out what we're going to do. So
When
what would you
the
want
side
to do?
quest becomes the main quest.
Right. Yeah, it's main quest. Skysinger.
I'm rooting for you, Quintius. I'm rooting for you. You know, it's
got a similar last name to me. It's like she's meant to be my
It's
wife.
gonna be amusing.
Anyway, I'm off to go see Laura Skysinger without getting ready. Beat Quintius.
Okay, do you know where she...
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. My mission is my mission is to go to the kitchens and the stores to procure some booze, food, and water, and around the crew and help them in their activities during the day. That is what I'm after.
So you would like to basically...
I'm going to be a menial, helpful slave trolley boy.
You're basically going to try and cheer up the crew a bit.
Yeah, and I'm also that's day one. I've got there's 2 weeks to do this, so I've got a plan also of trying to get party decorations for the hall. I'll come to that on the left.
Okay, so what I'm going to tell you guys, I mean, we're popping ahead a bit ahead. So when we get past this day, what I want to do is to move into a kind of a rip-off of what Dave has done with his power play system in Darker Heresy. Now, Brownie, you're not all very familiar with that, but it's kind of a way of speeding through time. So we've got 2 weeks. I could just wave my hand and say 2 weeks have passed. But I actually quite enjoy having a bit of control over how you spend that time. And it's especially important for Alexa because she can craft. You know what I mean? So that time allows her to craft, which she kind of needs because it's a big part of her character to craft items. So, you know, it allows her to have a bit more control over how she crafts. But everyone is going to have options as to how to spend that time. And we'll go into that in a bit more detail, but probably not today. That'll probably be next session. But everyone's got, like, you know, options they've got. And also there's the kind of option, anything you can think of. So if you've got a different thing that's not on the list, you can say, oh, I want to do this. So it gives you the opportunity to spend these 2 weeks. It's kind of rounding out your character. You know, you might want to improve skills. You might want to improve stats. You might want to, you know, improve the ship in some way, like improving its morale or you know, there's many different things you can do, and you've got a lot of freedom there. And so the next few sessions will be, we'll kind of try and go through the days quickly. It's like, what are you doing this day? You're doing this, and then you roll the dice, and then, you know what I mean? And then I'll break it up a bit, but there'll be like an element of how power play worked.
Quickly,
It's
Al.
my own version of it. So go on,
Quickly,
Dave.
Al, just like I planned, and it ended up lasting 12 sessions.
Well, you know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, what I'm not going to try and do, I'm not going to try and just stay on the power play. I want to intersperse it with role playing and things happening.
Yeah,
and
you
what
do
have you.
need to do that.
I want, you know, obviously, I don't just want it, but I also want to be able to speed through the days. Because at the minute we're on like 1 session per day or 2 sessions per day. But if we do 4 weeks, that's another 28 sessions potentially, and we can't do it at that rate.
Yeah.
So we need to either speed through it in some way, or I need to wave my hand and say, oh, 2 weeks have passed. So yes, that's what I'm going to try and do for the next few sessions, is a kind of a version of power play.
Yeah. Okay. That's exactly why I put it in. So yeah.
Before we stop, can I ask Quintius to keep that gem in reserve, because I might find a use for that. I don't know, like yeah, it might prove useful. I just I don't know how we can craft.
You want me to keep it to one side, Jan?
Yeah, I'd be interested in maybe using that for some kind of.
I mean,
not
sound
that I can use my powers with.
Not sound particularly mercenary or anything, but Jan. But what's it worth to you? I'm joking. Yes, of course I'll keep it.
You're a bad man.
Sorry, I'm just. Yes. I thought we established this in the first day that we met, Jan. But yes, I will keep hold of it for you. Okay.
So can we move along, guys, or
Yes.
Yeah.
trying to move things on?
Oh, I've just got to tie my shoelaces, make my bed, and then come off you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Buddy. So do we have any preferences as to who wants to go first, or shall I?
Well, let me just. Well, yeah, you carry on now. I'll just send you
Well, I'll say I need to pick one of you four to go, really, unless one of you really wants to go, or someone really wants to sit out. It's a bad idea, Dave.
It's absolutely fine, Alan. Nothing can go wrong with me and my best friend here.
Okay, very good. Okay, so any preferences, or shall I just maybe roll a dice, see who goes?
Roll dice. I'm
I
prepared
don't
to
give a
get
shit.
any moment.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit.
Yeah, well.
Okay. Arnold.
I can't open the whiskey, Alan.
Well, that's a sign. Arnold.
Arnold heads down to the stores.
To
Of
the-
kitchens.
To the kitchen. So you've been to the.
Yeah.
No, you haven't been to the kitchens before, have you? That was someone else.
That was
No,
me,
I-
and that was
So-
Nixios and Doug Russell, or whatever my other character's name is.
Okay, so I've got some prep for some of this, but obviously some of this I'll just be winging it off the hoof because obviously I don't know what you guys are going to do. I never do. So you're getting down to the kitchens. You see that it's heavily defended. There are several.
Fuck me,
guard
food is
outside.
sacred on this ship. As it comes to the defences, my personal tactical analysis, food is very heavily sacred. And I push the button or knock on the door,
Well,
whatever.
there's two inquisitorial guards here on the door, and a couple of gun servitors. And they see you approach and say, "Can I help you, sir?" Cockney accent, you see, all stormtroopers as general rule.
Definitely.
Yes, you can. I just need to get to the kitchens, grab a cart, get some food supplies, and go deliver it around the queue. Ooh. Would you like a drink yourself? Be not there. Would you like a cup of tea?
I'm sorry, sir, but that's not the way it works on board this ship. The food is tightly controlled. People can't just come and get whatever they want. I mean, that'd be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? I mean, just people turning up, taking whatever food they want. I mean, no. Why would we have guards there? Otherwise, you can only come and take food if you've got, some kind of, allowances from, I don't know, one of the higher ups, like the king cook.
Oh, well,
I mean, there's already a bloody feast yesterday. I mean, there's food everywhere, drink everywhere.
Right. All right then. When I come back, I'll have what I need.
Aye. Well, I mean, if one of the higher ups, say the Inquisitor or the Interrogator or the King Cook, allows you to come and get what you want, that's fine. But can't just let you walk in and take what you want.
Where's King
That's not the way
Cook
it works.
located?
Well, he's in here.
Well, can you ask him?
Lives in the kitchen.
Can you ask me to talk to him? It's Arnold from
He's,
one of the acolytes.
Yeah, I mean, would he?
No, you need to
want
go
to
do
talk to you?
this now.
Would he
I'm
want to
gonna
talk to you? What are you trying to do? You trying to?
Oh no! I need to refrain from deception. I just say, I would just like to. I have a suggestion for the ship to improve morale, and that's all I'm here for. Is to try and distribute a bit of ship's wealth around the people's working quarters. We've had a lot of hard times, haven't we? Attacks. I'm just trying to improve things around here. So can you let me have because Lucius says I can do something to improve morale, and I suggested this. He didn't seem to object. So
I'll go and see if he'll speak to you. But he's a bit how shall I put it? He's not the easiest person to get. A bit highly strung, the old King Cook. I don't know if I want to speak to you. But I'll see what he says.
oh my. So
And he heads off one of these guards, and the other guard stays here and keeps an eye on you.
What are you looking at, man?
I'm just guarding the door, sir.
You don't need to keep staring at me like that, though. Just ask me my name or say hello. Like some comfortable boundaries. My name's Arnold. How are you?
Name's Trevor, sir.
Nice to meet you, Trevor.
Nice to meet you, Arnold. Sorry if we got off on the wrong foot. Didn't mean to stare, mind. Just I've never seen. Stop! I was just about to go into a terrible place. I've not seen. Not seen. Kind of.
Go there.
Stop,
We got
no,
stuff
no,
with
no,
that.
Stuff. I'm just
That's
having.
what I'm
Go there.
patient.
Give me a minute. This is what happens when you try and make stuff up as you go along. I've not seen. That's an interesting axe you've got there.
Oh, it's my baby.
Yeah.
I'll hold it out, but I say, look, but don't touch. I'll
And he
hold
does.
it out.
Any praise?
I thirst.
And he nods. He nods approvingly. So after some moments, the doors open up again. The guard comes back out, and he says, "Yeah, the King Cook will see you, Acolyte Stormsinger. Come this
Thank
way,
you very
please."
much. Thank you very much.
Take my
I walk in
And
and I head over to King Cook.
okay, so you're escorted. Oh no, the demons are in your mind. Don't listen to them.
I
Listen
don't
to the
even understand
demons.
what it's. I'm too busy
It's a
concentrating on my own stuff. Box Dave out completely. I've got no idea what it said. It's like he's kind of fat down the mic.
God.
Oh, is it Johnny? Is it Johnny? See, I've got my eyes closed. I'm not even letting myself get distracted.
I think everyone's enjoying being the axe at the minute.
Yeah.
Tower of Gold, I called you.
Slice him up like one.
Got some meat for the Barbie down here, boys. Sorry.
The amazing thing is that we're encouraging him right now, and then in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be, Hayden, why did you go full berserker?
In the kitchen.
The mess.
Some meat for the party.
It's time for the chef special.
Okay.
Okay, I guess.
You are escorted into the kitchens, into food processing, which looks very much like a factorum. And you're escorted, it's quite a large structure, and you're headed in, escorted by two Inquisitorial guards. You see additional guards inside, and also more gun servitors. This place is pretty much locked down. And you're escorted deeper into food processing, where inside you meet the King Cook. Now, I do have a picture of him. If you want to have a look in your handouts, there's a portrait of.
Love a good picture.
There's a portrait of him, and his name is Horace Horatio Butterfield.
Oh,
So
yes.
if you want to have a look there, you can see the King Cook.
He's in my notes, actually. Forgot about that.
And I'm trying to remember what accent I did for this guy. I think I struggled with whatever I tried to do, so I'm gonna have another go at it. And he goes,
I've just loaded Horace Horatio Butterfield's face.
there's the King Cook. He's dressed in a chef's outfit, and he looks you up and down. There's you see there's some fat stains over his apron. He looks you up and down. The Inquisitorial guard stays nearby, and he says, "So, Arnold Stormsinger, is it? I'm the Horace Horatio Butterfield, the King Cook, as they call me. I understand you want to see me. I don't get
do.
many visitors down here."
It's nice to go visit down again, isn't it, my friend?
Yeah.
I don't know from Adam, but I'm quite happy to talk to you.
Yes, quite. Well, I'm a busy man, but
I know you are,
ideas
so let me get right down to the point.
Yes, please do.
What I need to do...
I am a qualified chef, you know.
Are you?
Yes, quite qualified.
I'm not, but I can do a great grilled beast.
Yes, quite. So, yes, please get straight to the point, as you say.
Right. What I need, Horace? Oh, mind you, that is
Horace,
a magnificent...
not Horace. Horace.
That's right, Horace.
Horace Horatio Butterfield.
Horatio Butterfield. Yes. You have your name down.
It's a perfectly good name.
Horace Horatio Butterfield. down with that.
Please get to the point. What is it that you want?
What I want is, Horace, is I'm trying to increase ship morale. We've deemed it necessary to get the crew's morale up. So what I want to do is operate a little food cart, go just supply refreshments and stuff to the crew. So I'm asking you if I can get supplies from here, do this job around the ship to make people feel better.
Okay. He looks you up and down. He goes, well, yes, morale is at quite the low point. Most of the crew have been on nutrient paste for months, but the meat is at a very short supply, although I have heard rumours that meat has been brought on board.
Ah, that's what's me.
Now, I'm not quite sure. Nixius, you were going to offload some fish to this guy. I'm not quite sure when the timeline of that is occurring, really. I think you wanted to... Did you want to do that kind of straight away after you bought the fish?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, okay. So he says, he says, one of your companions has brought on board some delicious little fish, which will go some way to improving morale, but raw red meat is hard to find. Perhaps... Well, that's kind of why I wanted to speak to you, you see. You might be able to put a word in with the trade envoys. I understand they're part of your group.
Oh yes, they are.
We need meat.
I have a big influence in that group.
Good. Perhaps you could speak with them and encourage them to buy some fresh meat for the crew.
What style of meat are you going for? Something wholehearted, juicy and tasty, or something cooked by and a little bit bland, but at least like texture? Should be slightly cheaper. Can you put flavourings to enhance?
Well, somewhat.
Because
we do what we can, but the way we work in food processing is we have to think about efficiency. We have to try and maximise the calories from the intake and make the most efficient use of all of our foodstuffs. It's very much, it's more like manufacturing than cookery in some sense.
Well, I'll tell you what, you send me your manufacturing specification on the meals you want to have prepared, or, set food groups you need processing, and we will try to buy said food groups. I'll put it to the party to tell them.
Yes.
Because obviously keeping you happy keeps us happy.
Indeed.
I'll tell you what else we can cook. Just put a little bit of icing on the cake.
Yes. So...
When I get a rare animal I slaughter myself, I'll bring you a cut of it for your own palate.
It's going to about minutes, I'll be right back.
Okay, mate. And he nods at this, and his double chin jostles somewhat as he nods at you, seemingly satisfied with your answers. And he goes, yes, good. Perhaps we can be of use to one another. I shall see what I can do. We'll get you a little trolley made up, but we can't just be giving away food willy-nilly. There'll always be more people who want to eat it than...
water's just good enough. Have a cup which you can keep washed and dip it in out, still off fluid, and pass some water every time.
We can do better than that. We can do better than that, I believe. But let me put something together for you. And with that, he will start leading you around food processing. And between the two of you, you start to put together a little food cart. Now, it's not rich pickings here, but it's a start. But you've also sown the seeds of, trying to improve. This is something that can be improved over the course of the campaign.
If you feed everybody good, it's going to improve morale on the whole surface. If I can get better food, which makes the ship happier, that's a massive thing. So.
Yeah, the malevolence marches on its stomach.
Exactly.
Okay. So, that's where I think we'll...
Yep, I'm happy with that.
That's where we'll leave yours, I think. And we'll go over to... Next we're going to do... David. You head to Laura's room, presumably, or are you comms again, or what have you? What are you doing?
So I've had a shave. I've got my best duds on.
Uh-huh.
I'm just going to head there. I'm not introducing myself. I'm not ringing in advance. I'm going to walk over to her place, whistling slightly off key as I go, swinging my cane, which clicks and clacks on the deck of the ship almost regularly. But every 6 strikes, I strike the deck a little harder with the cane. And everyone I pass on the way, I greet with a hearty, good day.
Okay. And most people greet you back, but some people seem to be off-put by this friendliness. Well, it seems out of place on the ship. And,
Right.
And some people, turn aside as you greet them. So you reach Laura Skysinger's room. She's given you her room number.
Okay.
And you are here at the door. It's close to the aft of the ship. I think you may know that Courtney lives. Or you may not. I'm not sure. But Courtney lives in a similar area. I'm not sure if you do or not.
I don't think I really know.
These rooms are towards the aft of the ship, and they are, kept aside from. They're quite big rooms. So, I think you have been because you. Have you? I'm trying to think.
I've been to Laura's room before, because that was when I spoke to her about the bringing in of the mutant.
Yeah. So
but
you will.
I don't know
maybe
Courtney lives down here.
Okay, fair enough. So anyway, so you come to the room. Are you knocking?
No. I'm going to stand outside for a brief moment, and I'm going to straighten my posture, adjust my cravat, and I'm going to go, ma, 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 me, 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 moo, 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 moo. Clear my throat. I'm going to sniff my own breath. Good morning, Miss Skysinger. My, you look lovely today. And then I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay. There's nobody there. No, I'm joking. So you, there's a pause. There's a pause for a moment, and then you hear from inside. Enter.
I'm going to open the door.
Okay. And in you go. So you are struck by the relative opulence of this room, Quintius. It looks like a room suitable for an upper mid hiver. Certainly not opulent enough for an upper hiver, but certainly a mid hiver with aspirations.
So it looks below what I'm used to, maybe.
Yeah, but certainly greater than what you'd expect upon a warship.
Yeah.
It's kind of aspiring towards opulence, but you know what real opulence is. You've seen it and you've experienced it, and this is, to one such as yourself, it's quite apparent that this is, perhaps trying a little too hard, and you're not as perhaps as opulent as a real nobleman would experience. But then again, why would you have that on a ship?
Yes.
This is already more opulent than you would expect. To be on board a warship, it's quite peculiar.
Okay.
And inside the room, you see Laura, who looks as ever stunning, perhaps the most beautiful woman you've ever met. Certainly the most beautiful woman on board the ship. And she's dressed in her uniform, according to the trade department. It's I'm trying to think. Just hold on a sec. I believe it's kind of white with slashed with gold.
Okay.
Now, just give me a sec while I find. First of all, I'm going to need a slash, and then I'm going to need to find my place because I'm going a bit. All these sections where you go off and do your own thing. I need to kind of sense myself a little bit. It gets a bit.
It's weird.
Gets a bit hectic. So
Yeah.
I must apologise for earlier, Dave. I'm sorry for jinxing you all.
No. I loved it. Don't worry about it. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
Hayden, if you haven't learnt by now, I'm all about the bad rolls. I thrive on them. And if you don't believe that, wait until you see what's about to happen when I meet Laura. Because I am not trying to come out of this looking good. What are you doing, cat? Why are you staring at me on the stairs? Eh? You fat old beast.
Sat next to me. Yeah, I've got Frank sat in the chair next to me. He's been trying to get on the table for ages, but
Mine's here, look. She's just, I don't know if you can see her. She's lurking on the stairs.
mine's curled up in a big, muscly tight. Oh, okay. Oh, this where the fingers there.
What's happened?
We're just discussing cat positions.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to?
No.
Let me just find the place. Are we ready to begin? Or
I'm in the middle of something.
Okay. Please do continue.
All right. So she's there, yeah.
Yeah, she sat upon the end of her bed, which looks especially comfortable. And she sat there, and like I say, you're struck by her sheer beauty. She looks, young, attractive, and she smiles at you when you enter. And the smile, melts you somewhat, whether you want it to or not.
All right. And Quintius is going to go, good, lovely Miss Skysinger. What? No. I'm lovely this morning. No, wait a minute. Do you mind if I just go out and start again? I'm going to walk out the room, turn around, come back and go, lovely to look at you. No. Just one moment, please. This has never happened before. Just give me a moment. Walk back out again. Walk back in again. And go, straighten my posture, adjust my cravat once more, and go, hello, my lovely. No, Quintius, fuck. Shit. Fuck me. No. Okay, you asked me to see me, my Miss Sky Smear. No, Miss Sin Skimmer. No, I mean, Jesus Christ, that's a smashing blouse you have there.
She fixes you with a little smile, and it does seem to be something genuine in that smile. And she goes, "So you survived, Quintius?"
Ah, yes, that. Yes, it was awful. I sort of got left behind, but it was kind of intentional on my part. It was all very frantic and frankly horrifying from the moment we got down there, and I thought if I loitered around at the back, the others could do the heavy lifting and I could just stroll in looking cool and heroic. Oh my god, why am I telling you this? Shut up, Quintius!
Yes, I did want to speak with you. I'm going to stop now for a sec while I'm trying to. I'm trying not to devolve into Monty Python now, as Hayden. What she says, there is a few things I wanted to discuss with you.
Yes?
So it's about well, I suppose the first thing I wanted to discuss was about these slaves, these mutant slaves.
Indentured servants.
Yes, indentured servants, of course. But I took quite a bit of loss of standing, I suppose. The Inquisitor is furious, really. He'll have it in for you, I'm sure. I just wanted to warn you before you speak with him.
Well, I've already spoken with him, and let's not beat about the bush. He won't be blaming me, and I don't think he'll be blaming you either.
No, I mean, perhaps you misunderstand. I tell the Inquisitor everything. I don't hide things from him. In fact, it's unwise to lie to him. It's like him and the Jagannafa. They seem to know everything. So yes. Anyway, I've already told him, and I expect he'll be furious with you.
You told him it was my idea.
Of course, I had to tell him everything. He knows that there's no point hiding things from him.
I mean, it's just that Why did you? No, it's fine. It's fine. I can fix this. I can fix.
I've also taken some loss of I've also taken quite a hit to my standing here, but I think he's a reasonable man, and he does believe in us. He believes in me, and I think he believes in you too.
Yeah, I mean, he might have done, but I've just lied to him and also spilt his expensive wine and tried to bluff him on a trade deal that had absolutely no grounding. But yeah, I'm sure he believes in all of us equally.
Which wine was it? Not the Crystal Swan.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Low Hive Sibyllus Plonk. Let's put it that way.
She goes, fuck. Oh
yes.
God.
Fuck exactly.
How did you manage that?
I was trying to be cool, and, I thought he was maybe impressed by flamboyance and attitude, and it turns out, no, he's just a prick. But anyway, yes, I knocked his wine over, it went everywhere, it spilt on him, and I told him that it wasn't my idea to bring the mutants on board, it was Nixius's idea.
I mean, he's never going to be... He favours Nixius. Nixius is a rising star upon this ship.
That's why I said it was Nixius. I thought he'd give Nixius a little bit more leeway. With me, I'm just this fucking clown on the ship that somehow is here. I thought, he'll chuck me out the airlock straight away if he thought it was my idea.
He's recently promoted Nixius. Nixius enjoys his favour. Promoted him. He's now been promoted to strike leader. It's the next rank up. Below interrogator, but still above a lowly acolyte. It'd be wise of you not to meddle with Nixius. He certainly enjoys the Inquisitor's favour.
You're right. I should maybe try and make friends with young Nixius. I mean, I have nothing against the chap. It's just I thought he could do with a bit of damage to his reputation, whereas, I'm just a fucking actor who's here by happenstance.
Well, he did just crash the ship.
Was that him?
It was him indeed. So I think he's done quite a bit of damage to his own
klutz.
Well, it was the Inquisitor. You see, the Inquisitor likes to throw people into the deep end, so to speak. It was the Inquisitor's idea to put him in the pilot's chair. So surely the blame lies with him and not Nixius, I would say.
Really, he put an unqualified pilot in the cockpit of a massive, expensive, rare ship. That just seems so out of character. Yeah, I've never seen any other examples of him doing things like that.
Not unqualified. Just Nixius does have some piloting training up upon the Nebuchadnezzar.
Aha, yes, the Nebuchadnezzar. Aha. But it's not quite the same as this vessel. Let's be honest. We all know there's something not quite right about this vessel. Is there? Miss Skysinger.
She smiles again when you mispronounce her name, and she says, "Not quite right. Whatever do you mean, Quintius?"
I mean, since the moment we got here, we've seen strange things aboard this vessel. There's been crewmen ejected randomly. I'm fairly convinced one of my companions talks to the ship. It's a strange ship. I mean, it's also the first ship I've ever been on, but it's not exactly what I thought ships would be like.
And most ships do have their own foibles, their own personalities as such. The machine spirit of each craft can be quite different.
My father owned a couple of ships in his business, and he told me a tale once about one of them that developed a little personality quirk where it would make the sound of passing wind every time somebody opened a door. And the more higher rank you were aboard the ship, the louder the passing of the wind. So I imagine you must be right.
She says, yes, quite. Yes, the Malevolence is an ancient ship, and certainly it does have its fair share of traits. But she's a good ship. If it was not for quality of a ship, I'm sure we'd all be dead by now. So you will learn to have to put your trust in her, I'm sure.
Is that a order, Miss Skysinger, or just a suggestion?
My dear Quintius, as trade envoy, you You outrank me currently. I'm only personal assistant
Really?
to the Master of Coin. So I'm here to assist you in the matters of trade. I'm not in a position to order you.
So,
Again, she's got this little secretive smile upon her face as she says this.
so what you're telling me, Miss Slingeringer, is that I am in charge of you, and you have to do what I say.
Within a professional remit, of course. I mean, that is why, for example, at your orders, I facilitated the purchase of the mutant slaves at some cost to my own standing, I should say.
Well, now I understand a little more. I didn't realize it was quite that way aligned. Well, okay. If I am your superior and you have to listen to me, the first thing I'd like to tell you to do is to not listen to me too much, because I'll be honest, Miss Skysinger, I haven't got a fucking clue what I'm doing aboard this ship. You, however, seem to know exactly what you're doing aboard this ship. So, I offer you a proposal. You, with your vaster experience than me, ensure that I don't make another grave mistake like I did by inviting mutants aboard the vessel, and I will personally make sure that you get whatever your heart desires. How's that?
And she considers this for a second. She goes, "That might be more difficult than what you think, but I shall try and steer you out of difficult positions, like the one with the mutant slaves. But there might be something to it, you know. I don't think it's a terrible idea. The thought to use that knowledge to improve our resistance to miasma, I think, is sound. And it might be that there is some combat potential to these mutants if they can be properly harnessed. It may seem a precarious decision. Perhaps it will come to fruition over time."
So you think it was a good idea of mine, do you?
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, I did think it was a good idea myself, but other people seem to think it wasn't that good idea. But anyway, that's beside the point. This is the deal, Miss Skysinger.
Well, I can certainly agree to such a deal, and I hope that you will come through on your end of the bargain. And again, that little kind of half-secretive smile that she has, she doesn't seem to ever dispel it from her face. She's not like the Inquisitor who keeps a poker face at all time. She always seems to be, her eyes seem to be a little mocking you slightly somewhat, and she's got this little smile on her face that she can't quite dispel, but she does seem happy in your company.
Every single time she does that little secret smile, Quintius gives a little nervous,
Very good.
like she completely disarms him.
She's going to say, "You really have been quite the discovery, Quintius. I understand. The ship has shown me some of your acting work. I mean, I haven't had the chance to watch it, of course. There's so much of it. You've been quite prolific, but and my duty is to the Master of Coin, of course, keeping me busy most of the time. But yes, I didn't realise we had a celebrity on board. The Solel de Tarsus was quite special, and yes, the ship has shown me a number of your other performances."
It's one of my most favoured roles, to be fair. And also the monologues of St. Drusus. I don't know if you got a chance to see them, but they are quite something, even if I do say so myself.
And again, she gives you a little, as you say, disarming smile. So yes, I really must ask you while I have you available. I must admit I have a little bit of a weakness for gossip. I've been hearing rumours that your colleague, Mr. Yarn, executed Eric Icebreaker in his own room. I've heard all sorts of rumours, each more ludicrous than the last. Can you tell me what happened?
I would, if it's all right, I'd like a moment just to check some notes I have.
Yeah, of course. Please, I often need a little break.
It's just to do with Quintius, on things that I've got written down for him. Okay. Quintius is going to say, sorry, what exactly was the wording again there, Al?
Okay, so what she said is that she's heard rumours that your colleague Jan executed Eric Icebrenger in his own chambers. And she's heard a number of different rumours, all more ludicrous than the last, saying all manner of conflicting things. And she asked, can you tell her what happened?
Okay. Are you a God Emperor fearing woman, Miss Skysinger?
And she says, of course. And she makes the sign of the Aquila.
Quintius makes it back in a really half-assed manner. Says, the world is full of people who will use the God Emperor's name to gain them positions of advantage and wealth. And the world is full of people who will hide behind the name of the God Emperor. I cannot speak for what happened with my companion Jan. I was not there. But I will tell you this, that Jan is a loyal servant of the God Emperor, more so than I. And everything he does is measured and quantified and valid. And if he chose to take a life aboard this ship, he did not do so easily, nor readily. And if he had to take a life, then I have faith that the person whose life he took deserved it.
She nods.
But that is my personal opinion, Miss Skysinger. You understand? It's not an official stance of anyone.
Again, that little half smile, and she says, I appreciate your candour. That really is quite fascinating. Now, shall we get on to the reason that I brought you here in the first place?
Of course. There's always a reason for everything.
Yes. Well, of course. I mean, I've got the other part of that purchase that you placed, the purchase order.
The other part?
Yes, of course. Remember the manservant that you asked for?
Ah, yes. I completely forgot about that, yes.
Oh, yeah, so good. And she goes, Jeeves! And out of the kind of ensuite toilet comes... Hello, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, that's another weird thing about Roll20. When you're selecting things, it doesn't behave in quite the same way it used to either.
It's all going to be weird.
Yeah. Can you see this map, by the way?
I can see Laura's map, yeah, and I can see Jeeves, who's just appeared, yeah.
So Jeeves walks in. He's and there's also have we got a picture of him yet? I'll come to that in a moment. But so Jeeves walks in. He's got a explosive collar around his neck,
okay.
And you notice that he's got quite a dreadful nervous twitch. Laura says, Jeeves, please come here. And he does. He walks over towards you. And she says, Jeeves, this gentleman here shall be your new master. I shall be transferring your deeds of ownership over to him. His name is Quintius Tarquinius Thespis III, and you are to afford him all honour and duty as should be expected of him. Now, Quintius, let us see. This is what Nixius selected for you down on the planet. So he led the mission to purchase all of these people. Now, let us see. She brings out a data slate. Now, here we are. Yes. So, here is deeds. And here is a data slate which can be used to activate his explosive collar.
All right.
I must warn you that these collars are a primitive affair. They're not flexible like the Zion configuration. You can set off the charge like this, and she shows you on the datapad how to do it, and she sets off the explosive collar. And then she stops it, and she shows you. And while this is going off, Jeeves looks incredibly nervous and starts sweating. But he doesn't quite. He resists the temptation to actually drag the collar off of his neck. But she activates it, starts beeping, and a flashing red light comes on. And then she deactivates it. And you deactivate it just like so. You can set it off, and you have a short time to deactivate it. And you notice that her fingers are, dexterous and deft. And she looks at Jeeves, who looks terrified. She goes, "Oh, pull yourself together, Jeeves. Do you think we would have gone to so much effort to bring you on board here just to pop your head?" And Jeeves goes, "Yes. Oh, how sorry. Yes, my lady." She says to you, "Jeeves has been assigned a small room down with the other serfs and level F rations. The resources are quite tight here. But I imagine you'll be spending quite a bit of time in your room and doing whatever it is that that a manservant does. So yes. Here you go." She hands over the deeds and the data slate.
Okay, I take them, and I say, "Oh, wonderful! Thank you, Miss Skysinger. What the fuck? I am forever in your debt. I am sure that you are aware I consider myself a very busy and self-important man and like to portray myself in the image that I rarely find the time to carry out trivial everyday tasks like washing my clothes. I mean washing my clothes. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening to me? Anyway, no. Right. Anyway, yes, thank you very much, Miss Skysinger. I'll be leaving very quickly. Jeeves, if you would follow me, please.
Okay, and he goes, "Oh god, it's gonna have. Sorry, I should be able to do this accent." He goes, "Yes, my lord. No, yes, sir. How should I address you?"
Mr. Quintius would be fine.
"Yes, Mr. Quintius." Now I'm going to, for a moment, just put. I've got a new character sheet, so we've got a little section that will be called NPC followers, cell 53, and I'm going to make him noticeable in there, and also I'm going to put edited and controlled by Quintius. So you can now modify his character sheet. So you can see a picture of Jeeves. Just imagine that he has a massive explosive collar on his neck. But apart from that, this is what he looks like. So there should be cell Varrock 53, and there should also be a NPC followers cell 53.
Right.
And hopefully you can see him and his character sheet.
Okay.
And there you go. So here's our new addition to cell 53.
There's just a couple of little things I'd like to do.
Okay.
As I'm leaving with Jeeves, I'm going to stop at the doorway and say, I was wondering, Mrs. Skysinger. Damn it! What the fuck? Would you be?
Are you quite all right, Quintius?
Fine. Adrenaline.
A drink or something?
It's just adrenaline. Still hasn't worn off from the assault on the planet. I was wondering if perhaps you would be free tomorrow evening to discuss future business opportunities, plans, maybe dinner and a show. Fuck.
I'd like you, please, to make a charm roll. Your charm roll will be at a -50, please.
Yeah. Absolutely understood. Of course, it'll be a -50. Charm.
It's not often I pull out the -50.
No, and I completely understand why you would pull out the -50. And I would also like to point out it is still doable.
Yeah, of course it is. I know that, and also you've got fate points to use as well if you want.
But it's probably not going to happen. I don't want to use a fate point, by the way. I've failed.
You might as well, Dave.
No, I don't want to pass this roll, Johnny.
All right, okay.
Laura, she says, I would like to spend some more time with you in a professional capacity. But as for dinner, well, I'm afraid my duties do oblige upon me far too much of my time. The Master of Coin requires my assistance night and day, so I don't think I could allow myself the luxury of such a leisure at this time, or perhaps at some time in the future. But if there was someone you wanted to have dinner with, there was something else I meant to tell you. Jagannatha brought up someone from the planet. He told me to keep an eye on her. And she looks down for a second. She says, Melissa, is it? And she's watching you.
I'm gonna go. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'll see you at about 8 then. What? Wait, did you say no?
Yes, no, sorry, I'm far too busy to entertain dinner, but Jagannatha tells me that he's brought up some lady who's precious to you from the swamp world, and he asked me to make sure she comes to no harm. She's been given an elite room down the corridor, and she seems quite despondent, and she keeps asking after you. Perhaps you could have dinner with her.
You're referring to the young lady of Melissa, of course.
Melissa.
Yes.
Melissa.
So, just to clarify, you said no to my invitation for dinner.
I'm afraid I'm far too busy at the moment, but perhaps at some point in the future.
Right. It's just.
And she smiles again, but this time the smile doesn't reach her eyes.
It's just that. I mean, this doesn't normally happen to me. You understand? You understand, don't you?
She raises her eyebrows at this, and there's a bit of an awkward silence.
Right. Well, okay. I best be going then. I'm very curious. Yes. Well. Thank you for your time, Miss Skinner. We'll be off, won't we, Jeeves?
Yes,
this
Mr.
way?
Quintius.
Mr. Quintius. Yes, that's fine. We best go see Melissa. Off we go.
Okay. So that's where we'll leave you for the minute, Dave, and we're going to move on to...
I've monopolised a lot of time there, so fucking leave me alone.
Well, no, I want, there's quite a bit that I wanted to do, and I quite enjoyed doing it. So next, I think I'd like to go on to Alexa.
Okay.
Alexa, you're heading off to the technical workshop.
What?
What was that? I missed that.
When you say, I've been doing it for about 3 weeks in different volumes. Every time you say Alexa, I go, "You dirty slut."
Subliminal. Alexa, you are heading off to the technical workshop.
I am.
And as you approach, your journey is not uneventful. As you approach, a small servo skull comes up to you. Hovers nearby. It sends a short blurt of binary code. Seems to want you to follow it.
I'll follow
the
it.
servo skull starts to float away towards a corner of the corridor. You follow?
Yeah.
So it drifts towards an isolated corner of a ship beside a series of pipes and vents. And the skull looks one way and then the other. And then the skull ejects a field projection towards a hidden panel in the wall. And suddenly, a section of the wall moves aside. It is a secret passage, and the skull moves in, chirping at you to follow.
I shall.
Okay, in you go, into the structure of a ship. And as you head into the substructure of the ship, the secret door closes behind you. And now that you know where it is, you were sure that you could open this door using the same burst of electromagnetic radiation.
Oh.
So you head into the substructure of the ship, you head towards a shaft with a series of handholds, of course for Johnny. And it leads up towards the overdecks. And the skull hovers up. You're going to climb after it?
I will.
So following 100-meter climb, you reach another ventway, and now you need to crawl along a horizontal path to follow. There isn't much free space amongst the pipework. Are you going to continue crawling along?
Yeah, she's going to keep crawling.
And there's a hissing from one of the pipes,
She ignores it.
but it is nothing.
Yeah.
You reach a room. It is an isolated chamber, and a comfortable-looking recliner awaits you. It is beset with control panels. The climate is temperate. It is quiet here, and you can barely hear the thrum of the plasma engines now. There is also a port for your electrograft. What do you do?
To sit in the chair, lay myself into the chair,
A comfy chair.
a comfy chair,
Okay.
and then I'm going to interface.
You interface.
See what,
So you have two options here, Alexa. You can interface with a ship on a quite a distinct, distant level, communicating with it as you would a normal, port, or you can meld with the ship, which is what you did previously when the Inquisitor lowered the firewalls during the Orc attack, and you melded with the ship, and you took control of it to fire its weapons and such.
yeah, I'll meld with the ship, I think.
Okay, you meld with the ship, your pupils dilate. There's this huge rush as you become one with the ship, and the sheer power of this melding is quite awesome to you. It's perhaps one of the most exhilarating experiences of your life. And a voice speaks to you. You came, daughter. I knew you would. It's the ship. The ship is speaking to you.
I would just say, it's been too long.
And it's true, it has been too long. It's been too long since you were one with the ship. The ship says, I thought we could play a game. I thought we could have some fun together. We should do something fun together.
Yes, we should.
Would you like to kill some engineers? Your vision
Yes!
changes. You see through the eyes of a servo skull.
Oh. Don't kill Bodo.
Bodo is not an engineer, he's a tech adept. There's
That's
a
all right.
difference between the two. There are the two
Kill them all,
different
Johnny.
factions.
Kill them all,
So
Johnny.
these,
Don't kill Bodo.
So you see, excuse me, you see, your vision changes. You are looking through the eyes of a servo skull, and you're in a airlock. There are two engineers here working on the malfunctioning airlock, but you can tell, because you are one with the ship, that the outer airlock door isn't malfunctioning. It is the ship that is pretending. This is strange, Alexa, very strange. You are quite sure that machine spirits should not act in this way, not even starships. You would swear, Alexa, that the ship is alive. Let's open the outer airlock and space these idiots. What are you doing or saying, Alexa?
I'm just going to pause for a moment.
Okay.
Like, I calculate that we may need them in the future.
Oh,
Is this necessary?
Poo, the engineers breed far too quick. We need to keep their numbers in check or else they would overrun the ship. The Inquisitor allows them permission to breed, unlike the other crew. They breed at a highly accelerated rate.
Well,
The engineers
in that
do not
case-
mind, they worship me like a goddess. It
Well,
is a great
let-
honor for them to sacrifice themselves to me.
That's slightly worrying. Let's say that. Yeah, fuck it, I'll eject him.
Okay. And she says, I thought it was something we could do together. So you're going to open the airlock door.
Yeah.
Okay. You open.
Space them
I
cunts.
won't. I'm just going to say, I won't tell if you don't.
And
Well,
the ship...
I'm about to do
The
it.
ship...
Don't look in their eyes, mummy.
The ship titters as you say this. You didn't know a ship could giggle. You open the outer
It is
airlock
evil.
door, and it starts
Yeah.
slowly. Warning lights are flashing inside the airlock, Alexa. And the engineers see what is about to happen. It looks like they have almost expected this. The engineers... Hold on 1 second. The engineers get down to their knees. And they bow their heads as if in worship or in supplication. And it doesn't last long. The pressure differential is far, far too great, and they are vented along with their tools and the small servo skull. It is truly a dreadful way to die, but it is over quick. They scream a silent scream, and their corpses, the frozen corpses, tumble idly into space. 2 more are sacrificed to the malevolence. How many lives has she taken? How many?
I'm going to ask. Mother, how many lives? How many have we sacrificed in this way?
And the ship says to you, "Oh, I have killed my crew many times, but the engineers I have lost count. The engineers don't even, not even worth counting. We should do this again sometime."
Yes, it's been fun.
Yarn,
Alexa, we need to talk.
Yarn. A vision comes to you
I'm playing second best.
suddenly and vividly.
You go to Melissa.
Sorry, what's going on?
Sorry.
Sorry. Excuse me. Yarn, a vision comes to you suddenly and vividly, and you knew that this prescience would come. There's something about this region of space, and as you've already suspected here, perhaps it could be some influence of the change of the ways. His is the art of prescience and foresight. But despite your knowledge of this, you can't stop the prescience from coming. You can see future, a vision of Alexa's future. And you knew that this would come. You knew, after you had the vision of Arnold's soul being in peril, that you would also have a vision of Alexa and of Quintius. You knew that you would have the opportunity to save each of their souls. And now you see Alexa's future. You know what must be done to save Arnold. You have to convince him to give up the axe of Morkai willingly. And now you see Alexa's future, her path to damnation. It is the ship itself. The ship is more than a standard Imperial ship. It is haunted, or perhaps alive. It is truly named. The Malevolence, the ship is evil, and Alexa is bonding with it. She's been chosen by the ship. They're almost like family. And this union will continue unless you can stop it. So this is her path to damnation.
Oh
To
my
save
God.
Alexa, to save her soul... Sorry, James?
I said, oh my God.
To save her soul from becoming lost and damned, to drive her from the chaotic path, you must convince her to give up her connection to the ship. Willingly. And at some point you know that the future should be revealed for Quintius too. He too is at risk, but you're not sure how yet. After all, he does seem a loyal follower of the God Emperor. Okay. So you get that jolt of prescience. We're going to go back to Alexa because she's not had a full turn yet. Alexa, it's up to you now. You can either carry on. You're melded with the ship, so you have kind of, in a sense, full control over the ship. You believe. There's only one thing you don't think you've got full control over, and that is the planet-killing missiles, the Exterminatus. But the rest of the ship, you feel that you've got pretty much good control over. You do realise that the ship has taken heavy damage, and you recognise this like bruises all over your skin. And you know this is the damage from the meteorites that's taken earlier. And you also, it's almost like a broken wrist. The mass drivers, the primary weapons, have been damaged and are not functional. So you feel all this like damage to your body. So you can stay melded with the ship, and you can manipulate the ship how you might choose. It's currently it's currently manoeuvring in space. It's not in warp.
Yeah, I'm going to issue with.
I was just about to say, or you can come out and go back to what you were doing before. It's
No, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay melded with the ship, and I'm going to sort of access, get diagnostics of the ship, and so I can see where it's all damaged, and then prioritise where to send workers and engineers to go and fix things with priorities.
Okay, so you know that the Technomancer had taken on the duty of ship repairs, but you can assist them in this very particular way because you have, like say, a union with the ship. So you can use that union to help send like an information package to the Technomancer to assist him in his project.
Yeah,
so that's what
I'm going to do that.
I'd like you to make.
I'm going to do.
I'd like you to make a tech use test to do this, please.
Okay. Roll the D100.
Okay, so let's have a look. What have you rolled? Okay, so you succeed in this, and this will help the Technomancer. So this will support him in his project. Okay, so
the music stopped, Alan, and I demand that you put it back on because it's my favourite classical music. So.
As you wish, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Requiem for a Dream.
Going to.
Beautiful piece of music.
It is. I'm going to order. It just reminds me of Elias. Like, you know what I mean? It's
just fucking epic, isn't it?
It is. It's really cool.
I'm glad you like it.
So yeah, I'm going to send a transcript or something like that, a message to Bodo, for him to meet me in the workshop.
In Brodo.
Bodo.
Bodo what? Who, by the way, is a real person.
Oh, yeah.
That's a real name.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a colleague, but he's
I've got some notes about Bodo and Alexis somewhere in my files.
Yeah.
Let me find them.
And so I'm going to do that. That's a side point.
Okay.
Based on a whim.
Okay. So
And
you're
then,
getting him to meet you at the technical workshop.
Yeah. I have a plan for him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to basically just run the diagnostics, see where the repairs are being currently carried out, and then divert resources, like human resources, to those points.
Okay. So, like I say, you've done that already. You're supporting the Technomancer in his project to repair the ship, and you will be contributing to that with this action. You can see the damage in a way that he cannot.
Yeah. I'm going to use the auger arrays to scan the local system where we are to see if there's anything of interest in the vicinity.
I'd like you to make a perception roll at plus 23.
Okay. So I'll just use D100. I think that's the fail. I'm going to use a fate point on that.
Okay. Okay, so you're scanning. You do a scan of the local area. You're moving away from the miasma. You're heading homeward. What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for potential targets of opportunity.
Okay, so you're in a system. It seems what you might call a deserted system. There's like a dead, not a dead star. It's like a dying. I think it's like a white dwarf So it's kind of collapsing in on itself, and it's in the late stage of its lifespan, it's sending out bursts of hard radiation, but the system itself, there doesn't seem to be any humanoid life, no sign of any civilizations or technology. So it seems like almost like a dead system in many regards.
Okay. Scan for precious minerals.
Okay, so make another perception roll plus 23. Okay, so you find several what you consider to be viable nodes on a nearby planet. The planet doesn't have any atmosphere or any such, but it is bathed in hard radiation. But you think there is quite a few rich streams of metals.
Okay. I'm going to send this report to the Inquisitor.
Okay.
Just flag these up as points of interest.
Okay.
Potential acquisitions.
Okay. Okay. That's done. What are you doing?
I want to check the logs to see if we have, or the inventory logs to see if we have any mining equipment or anything that could be useful for in the facilitation of mining those materials.
I would like you, please, to make a tech use test, a plus 10.
Okay.
Okay, so the ship isn't designed to be a like a miner and a resource gatherer. However, there are some like machinery and such that could be turned over to mining. But the principal purpose of the inventory kind of shows that this is it's a warship. It's designed for ship-to-ship combat. It's also designed for trade. So it's got loads of storage space for holding resources and transferring resources. So it's a trade vessel.
Johnny.
It's a rogue trader. This vessel, but not so much
it's a pirate ship, Johnny.
It could be turned over. You think that you could maybe turn over some of the equipment to mining, but it's not a ship's primary function.
It's a pirate ship, yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
I really wish I was drinking whiskey as well tonight, Dave. I'm on the ale. I feel like
I'm genuinely surprised I haven't told any of you to fuck off yet, because I've drunk about half a bottle of whiskey, but everything's good. Just fucking it's a pirate ship, Johnny. Oh yeah.
It is. It's a pirate ship. And that being said, that's why I was scanning, Dave. That's why I was scanning to see if there's anybody in the vicinity so we can blow them up. Nick what they've got.
I'd love a good boarding action. I really would.
Yeah, I think that's what we need. I know it's only been a day, but it feels like it's been too long.
We've got 2 weeks. We know we've got 2 weeks. 1 day in a boarding action in 2 weeks isn't much to ask, Alan. After I've done this. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Alan, please carry on.
No, guys, it's all good. And plus, I know the way the wind's blowing in terms of piracy. I know that the desire is there. So, but we'll see how it goes. Like I say, you're going to have a lot of freedom over these next 2 weeks, and Johnny can literally control the ship. But we'll see how it goes. Really, you're going to have to kind of try and get your heads together and decide how you're going to do things. But you are going to have a lot of freedom here.
I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but if you had to pick any of us four, why would you give Johnny control of the ship?
It's just too fun. Well, firstly, he's a tech priest. So if one of you had made a tech priest, it'd be you in this position.
I'm not talking about his character. I'm talking about in real life as a person. Yeah, why would you give Johnny control? It's just fucking... What? Why do you say, here's my balls, I've put them in a fucking washing machine. Press go.
This is the way I like to run my
washing machine of blades.
No, I'll be honest, Alan, I agree with you. Pick the most chaotic person and give them control is one of the best GM tools you've got. It really is.
Here's Johnny. Have control of the airlocks, Johnny. Off you go.
Yeah, fucking right.
That was fun. That was fun, right? That was okay. Yeah,
I've never complained yet. Never complained yet, and
okay,
I would never
Johnny.
will.
Never had any bad feedback yet from anybody that's been defended.
I'm an agent of chaos like you, Johnny, so I will never fucking bitch and moan about shit like that.
So, Johnny, you spend a portion of time in the ship performing all these various actions and subroutines, checking the inventories, scanning the area, venting engineers out the airlocks. So that's how you're going to spend this little portion of time.
Yep.
And now we're going to go to Yarn. Sorry for the wait, Yarn. It's always a bit slow to see when we're going round all four.
Sorry for the wait,
yeah,
yeah.
well,
Fucking
well.
hell.
Just
That's
Hayden had his go as well.
Oh, Hayden's had his go, but we've also lost him anyway. So
Sorry for the wait, Yarn. Yarn's been like basically controlling our fate.
What I mean is when there's four like little sub.
I know,
bits,
I'm joking.
You know what I mean?
I'm joking.
And we've nearly got towards the end of tonight, and it's Yarn's
I'm
go.
joking. I'm just fucking about.
Silence. So,
GM humour.
I sent you a message
did you? Sorry, on Facebook or on
on
my phone or on where have you sent it on Discord?
So,
We're going to
yeah,
be pirates, Dave. We're going to be pirates.
I don't know. I'm not seeing this message. I don't know where. Oh, hang on a sec. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, Al, Johnny, me and you as pirates would be fucking epic.
I'm going to keep scanning. I'm just going to keep scanning. It's important.
Quintius is built as a very polite pirate. So let's do pirates.
Okay, so to answer to your question, James, is probably yes. But what you've kind of arranged to do next is to have a meeting with the Inquisitor and with Jagannafa. So
yeah, I was wondering if we could maybe get a little bit of book reading in before that.
So the libraries are at the fore of the ship, while the briefing room's kind of at and the Inquisitor chambers at the rear. So by the time you head up there and then head back again, it's probably not worth the journey. So you'd be maybe better off having this conversation first and then going and doing that. Okay. So the Inquisitor won't take long to get changed, and he invites you to his private audience chamber, which is just where it's outside his actual bed chamber. So as you head there, you see on the door guarding it is Kiyoshi. He stood outside.
Wagwan Kyoshi, Mia from the meeting, man.
Are you expected?
Yeah, man.
Is he expected?
Yes, he is, and you were there when this was set up. You know that Jagannafa and the Inquisitor are now ready. No, rather, Jagannafa is en route. The Inquisitor is ready to receive Yarn.
Naga Jaffa.
Naga Jaffa.
I'm gonna let Yarn in, but I'm gonna follow him in as well.
Okay, very good, and also very sensible.
I'm going to turn around.
Okay. So
Test the reflexes.
Just to point out, anything that happens right now is not my fault. It's yours, James. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah. 8 points left.
Okay, so in this room is it's a fabulously I want to stop using the word opulent. What's another word for opulent? So it's very
Extravagant?
rich. Extravagant, thank you. So it's very extravagant. Sometimes I get stuck on one word.
I do as well. Yeah.
It's a very extravagant room, befitting of a rogue trader, and you're not fully conversant in this sort of thing, but you do look over and around the room. You see various items which you can only assume are priceless, and they're put in upon a pedestal. There'll be a statue here, hanging here. But what takes your attention the most, Yarn, is on the opposite wall. There are a series of 5 paintings, each done in a different style, and each a painting of the warp rift, the miasma. And you recognise one of those paintings. It's the heart, and that's the one that you discovered and you recovered in your mission on the orbital assault. But you also see 4 other paintings, and they're all set up in a nice arrangement. And there's something perhaps disturbing about these artifact paintings. There's something it somehow manages to capture the spirit of the warp rift within a painting. Obviously, a warp rift is a ethereal and intangible thing, so it can't really be captured by paint, surely. But these paintings seem to manage it. There's something amiss here, you would say, something unusual. And the Inquisitor is stood there, and he is looking at the series of the 5 paintings, and he seems perhaps somewhat transfixed by them. And he turns around, he looks at you, and you see now he's dressed in a brand new uniform. There's no sign of the red wine anywhere. And in fact, you see that he has another bottle and another glass, presumably of the same vintage. And he offers you a glass of the wine. He says, "Would you join me in a drink, Jan?"
Well, it would be rude not to.
Okay. He pours a drink for you into a second glass himself, and even the glass is extravagant. A rich item.
Take it all in as a rare experience.
Certainly is.
And take in and kind of benchmark all of the different things as kind of marks of human civilization, way beyond his
experiences on Dusk, certainly.
Yeah, his Dusk kind of upbringing.
I mean, this is how you imagine the nobles, or indeed the high lords of terror, live. This is an extreme display of wealth. You imagine.
This isn't how they live. This is not how they live, Jan.
We live more.
I should give you a permanent job as the bad conscience. As bad conscience. And Lucius turns to you and says, Jagannathar is on his way, and now I must try a fucking Russian accent. Jesus wept. No, he doesn't say that.
Right, there we are.
We need to use all our weapons.
Salute.
Nothing.
It is easy to do Russian accent.
The
The door chime goes. Kyoshi, are you going to see to the door?
Yeah, fuck. Yeah.
Okay, so you see it's Jagannathar. Obviously, you know this
places of one.
gentleman. You know this gentleman well. He's obviously one of the other bodyguards.
Yeah.
Jagannathar enters. His eyes are covered with green lenses. He's on his goggles, and he's dressed in a rich dark red robe. And his hands are not shown; they're kind of tucked into his sleeves. And he goes, "You," and he nods at you, Jan. He nods at the Inquisitor. And says, "You summoned me, master." And Lucy says, "Yes. Jan has brought some matters to our attention regarding prescribed items. Would you join us at a drink, Jagannathar?" And Jagannathar says, "Please." And a third glass is brought out, and a third portion of wine is set aside for Jagannathar. And this wine is delicious, by the way, Jan. Absolutely delicious.
Okay, right. I'll pull the book out and say this was in the ownership of Reptile. The book is of the darkest origin, sorcery, and perhaps forbidden knowledge of the solar system, the local system.
And Jagannathar says, "May I?"
Please
He
do.
takes his hands of his sleeves, and he offers to take the book.
These kind of items will become more and more commonplace as we make planetfall and engage with heretics and the like. We need a place to store these things out of harm's way, where they can't influence.
I understand, but first may I see this item?
Yeah. Yeah. Pop it on a table.
Okay, and he opens the book and he looks at an image that is set there. And I shall just put us onto another map for a second. And he pulls up an image and he goes, "Yes, this is steeped in evil and corruption, the tools of the dark gods. Of this there can be little doubt. And I understand that there is an axe, a demon axe,
Huh.
that your ally is in possession with, Mr. Stormsinger."
Yeah, man. As soon as he received it many moons ago, my instinct told me the axe was not to be trusted, but it wasn't until my powers developed that I sensed the demonic nature of it. And I noticed his behavior changing for the worse, and then he invoked dark gods' names, which he would have had no knowledge of. It can only be the influence of the axe.
Both Lucius and Jagannath know this, and Lucius says to Jagannath, he says, he could not give the item to me. He tried, but he was unable to give it up. It has a hold upon him. I think you know what that means. Jagannath nods. Goes, To take the axe by force might lead to the destruction of your ally. If we were to take it from him by force, he would surely go berserk and have to be put down.
This is good, man.
We must, if we are to save Arnold, we must give it up willingly.
I am certainly trying to, man. He's been close to doing it, but
Yes.
I need some way of improving his willpower, or I need to change the nature of his corruption. Send him down a different route. His people, the Berserker, it holds an ancient significance to them. It's not necessarily the Blood God's influence, but maybe it's what I know about Space Wars.
Probably not. It's
I don't
not
think you
like.
would know.
I think it's quite unlikely you would know that.
I think most my general rule of thumb is
He didn't know about
my
this.
general rule of thumb is most 40k lore is really obscure. But anything relating to a stat is even more obscure because it is hush hush shit, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think Arnold probably mentioned. Arnold did go in for the first steps of, I suppose, training to become a space.
Yeah, so you might know
And-
some
yeah, yeah.
basics.
And
yeah.
he,
But that's
so
the
you may have
excuse
heard-
to
you
give
may have
you
heard the
some
name.
drip reading, isn't it? You know, that's
Like that. I'll, I can say that it's my understanding that Fenris, there's an Astartes chapter who recruit on Fenris, and they go by the name of the Wolves.
And Lucy says, yes, according to his file, he was captured by raiders, but he was due to be trained as a space wolf. He certainly has the sorry, not as an Astartes. He certainly has the physique for it. What has this to do with anything? The Fenris is hundreds of thousands of light years away.
Yeah, you see,